Imagine this. A weak middle schooler, crushed by a nightmare curse, dies in a hospital. Sounds like the end of the story, right? Wrong. Instead of fading into the afterlife, Shen wakes up in the most insane way possible. Alive, but not in the world he knew. Nope. He finds a strange door that leads him into a mysterious dimension. A world built just for him. And here's the bombshell. Inside, he meets an SSS-Rank skeleton king, a powerful, otherworldly being. But this skeleton isn't here to just stare at him. It's here to make a deal. He's offering Shen overpowered items, insane abilities, and a chance to become one of the strongest beings to ever exist. The story begins with Shen's eyelids fluttered open, and the first thing that greeted him was a door floating a few feet away from his hospital bed. Not a regular door. No, that would have been too easy. This monstrosity looked like it belonged in a haunted house, designed by someone with a vendetta against human sanity. Shen swung his legs off the bed and stood cautiously, his hospital gown swishing awkwardly around him. Okay, who's behind this? Come on, show yourselves. Is this some kind of prank? Did I sign up for one of those hidden camera shows? Silence. He leaned closer, inspecting the edges. But just as he shifted his weight, his foot slipped on the hospital tile. Oh, crap! Instinctively, he grabbed the door's knob to steady himself. Bad move. The door groaned, its hinges creaking like the gates of hell opening for business. Before Shen could process what was happening, the door swung open and gravity yanked him through the threshold like an impatient bouncer. Shen hit the ground with a painful thud, scraping his palms against cold, jagged stone. Fantastic, he groaned, pushing himself up. I just fell through a floating door. Yeah, that's definitely normal. Totally fine. The air was heavy and damp, filled with the stench of mildew and blood. Shen pushed himself up, blinking as his surroundings came into focus. He was in a hallway, long, dark, and foreboding. Shen swallowed hard, his voice shaky. Okay, Shen. You're just dreaming. This is all a bad dream. Any second now, you'll wake up and... He didn't get far before his heart stopped, or at least it felt like it. In the middle of the hallway crouched a giant skeleton. And not your garden variety Halloween skeleton. This thing was huge. Its bony frame towered over the corridor, and 3 glowing green eyes stared into the void, flickering with a hunger that made Shen's stomach drop. The skeleton was hunched over a mangled corpse, its jagged teeth crunching through flesh and bone. Blood dripped from its maw, pooling beneath it in a grotesque display of carnage. Shen's brain screamed, "Run!" But his legs decided to betray him, locking in place. Then the skeleton noticed him. Its 3 glowing eyes snapped to Shen, and its bony jaw clattered with an ominous rattle. It let out a deep, guttural roar that shook the walls, standing to its full, horrifying height. Somehow he reached the door. Without thinking, he dove through it and slammed it shut behind him. The moment it closed, the door dissolved into thin air, leaving no trace that it had ever existed. Shen collapsed onto the hospital bed, gasping for air. His hands shook violently and sweat drenched his body. "I'm alive," he whispered, almost disbelieving. "I actually made it out." Shen lay there, gasping for air, his heart pounding so loudly he thought it might burst. Then the voice started. "Congratulations, Shen. You have awakened the ability of World Link." Shen sat up so fast he nearly fell off the bed. "Who said that? Show yourself." "Relax," the voice said, calm and chilling. "I am communicating with you telepathically. You have unlocked a great power." "Great." Creepy voices in my head, just what I needed to complete my nightmare bingo card, Shen muttered, massaging his temples. "Check the bag by your bed," the voice instructed. Shen hesitated before reaching into the bag. His hand trembled as he pulled out a grotesque skeleton statue, its hollow eyes radiating an unnatural malice. "What the hell?" Shen whispered. "That is the cursed statue of the wicked Ghost King," the voice explained. It was placed near you to curse and kill you, but you survived. Shen sat frozen on the edge of the hospital bed, his hands clutching his head as though it might explode. Memories, or rather foreign memories, surged through his mind like an electric storm. It was chaos, flashes of classrooms, laughter, school lunches, and the innocent, mundane life of a middle school boy named Shen. Except he wasn't that boy. Oh no. Oh hell no, Shen muttered, squeezing his temples. This isn't my life. I don't even like middle schoolers. Wait, that came out wrong. The horrifying realization hit him like a truck. I'm not Shen, I'm me. A middle-aged, overworked salaryman who keeled over from exhaustion. Meanwhile, the voice, clearly unimpressed by his existential crisis, continued its monologue as if it were narrating a documentary. As you've probably figured out, the original owner of this body is gone, destroyed by the curse. But you, fortunate one, have inherited something incredible. When a curse fails to kill its target, all the stolen power accumulated over millennia transfers to the survivor. Shen sat up straight, his sarcasm momentarily replaced by sheer disbelief. Wait, so you're telling me that I've been body-snatched and handed a hand-me-down death curse that comes with superpowers? Precisely, the voice replied, its tone irritatingly calm. The voice ignored his sarcasm and pressed on. You now possess the power of World Link, a door to traverse realms. The one you saw earlier belongs to you. As if on cue, Shen thought of the door and it materialized before him, floating ominously in midair. He jumped back instinctively. Not this thing again, he yelped, glaring at the rusty, blood-stained monstrosity. Before he could spiral into more complaints, a soft chime echoed in his mind, and a translucent notification appeared before his eyes. System notification. Congratulations. Your polite behavior toward the three-eyed skeleton has earned you the title Polite Person. Title effect. Politeness leaves a slightly better impression on others, Shen echoed, his humor evaporating. Whoever placed that cursed statue near you will realize their plan failed. They will come for you. Shen felt the blood drain from his face. Oh, great. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse. So I'm not only cursed, I'm also on someone's hit list. Correct. They might already be on their way. Shen's sarcastic mask faltered as cold dread seeped into his veins. Well, that's just peachy. Thanks for the heads up, disembodied voice. Care to explain why this is happening to me? The voice hesitated, its calm tone dipping into something that almost sounded regretful. Because I need your help. Shen blinked. My help? Oh, this just gets better and better. What are you exactly, and why should I trust you? I am trapped in the nightmare realm, the same world you've just been dragged into. You are the only one who can free me. Let me guess, Shen said, folding his arms. You're some ancient, all-powerful entity who got stuck here because you made bad life choices. Something like that, the voice admitted, its tone darkening. But if you free me, I will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. Until then, you cannot die. You must survive, grow stronger, and reach the depths of the nightmare realm. After explaining everything to Shen, the voice was finally gone, and Shen sat trembling on his hospital bed, drenched in sweat as if he'd just run a marathon. Except in his case, the finish line was barely escaping a skeleton with 3 glowing green eyes and murder written all over its bony face. Great, just great, Shen muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. I've been here for what? A few hours? And someone's already tried to kill me. Fantastic start, Shen. Truly living your best reincarnation life. He scoured the memories of this body. Well, the previous owner's memories, since Shen was just a middle-aged salaryman shoved into a middle schooler's cursed corpse. Still, Shen knew he couldn't just sit here waiting for his assassin, or worse, the skeleton, to figure out where he lived. His gaze fell on the ominous rusty door that had appeared in the room again, as if it were mocking him. The thought of going back into the nightmare realm made him want to curl into a ball and cry. But if he wanted better titles or powers, he'd have to take the risk. Shen nodded to himself, though his legs were shaking. All right, just one more trip. I'll stay close to the door, grab whatever I can, and get out. Easy, simple, no problem. He was lying to himself, but it worked. Sort of. When the door creaked open, revealing the dark, bone-chilling hallway, Shen's stomach did a backflip. He hesitated for a moment before stepping through, muttering a pep talk under his breath. You've got this, Shen. Communication is key. Humanity thrives on dialogue, right? Maybe the skeleton used to be a person. Maybe he's lonely. Maybe he just needs a hug. He laughed nervously, though the sound echoed back at him in the desolate hallway, making him feel like an idiot. The air inside was colder than he remembered, heavy with the metallic tang of blood and despair. The hallway stretched endlessly into darkness, but Shen didn't need to go far. There it was, the three-eyed skeleton crouched over the remains of its last meal, its glowing eyes snapping up to meet his. Shen froze. Oh, hi, fancy seeing you again, he stammered, forcing a smile. His heart pounded like a drum as he waved awkwardly. The skeleton tilted its head, clearly baffled by the audacity of this fragile human. Shen took a deep breath, channeling every ounce of courage, or stupidity, he had. I just wanted to say, sorry for interrupting your dinner earlier. Totally rude of me, but, I was wondering. He straightened up, trying to look confident despite his trembling knees. Would you like to be friends? For a moment, the skeleton just stared at him. Then its jaw clattered open and it let out a guttural roar that echoed through the hallway. Okay, not a fan of small talk. Got it, Shen said, backing away as the skeleton's long, bony fingers reached for him. He barely dodged the swipe, yelping as he tripped over his own feet. Scrambling toward the door, Shen tried again. Listen, I get it. You're hungry. But violence isn't the answer. Let's just talk this out, yeah? The skeleton roared louder, its massive frame looming over Shen. Or not. Totally fine, no talking, Shen yelped, diving toward the door. But the skeleton wasn't done. With a single furious swipe, it smashed the door frame. Shen barely managed to fling himself through before landing back on the hospital bed with a thud. He groaned in pain, clutching his ribs as he glared at the dematerializing door. You threw me out? Who does that? A soft chime interrupted his rant as a notification appeared before his eyes. System notification. Titles can only be earned once per day. Please try again tomorrow. Shen stared at the message, his jaw dropping. Once per day? What is this, a mobile game? He ran a hand through his hair, now damp with sweat. So, let me get this straight. I can't farm titles, the polite one is useless, and that skeleton hates my guts. Oh, and someone out there is still trying to kill me. Perfect. Just perfect. Shen took a deep breath, his fingers nervously hovering over the handle of the door that had just rematerialized in his hospital room. All right, buddy, he muttered to himself, cracking his knuckles. Time to put those legendary sales skills to the test. You sold overpriced vacuum cleaners to broke families back on Earth. This skeleton's gonna be a cakewalk. Right? The rusty crimson glowing door opened with its signature groan, and Shen stepped into the nightmare realm with an exaggerated flourish, his salesman voice in full force. Good evening, sir. I hope this isn't a bad time, Shen said, striding confidently toward the skeleton. I'd like to formally apologize for interrupting your unique dining experience earlier. The skeleton turned its green, glowing eyes toward Shen, Then at the door it had just smashed minutes ago. With a low growl, it raised a massive, bony hand and shattered the door once more. Shen didn't even flinch. Well, not outwardly. Inside, his heart was screaming. But he simply smirked as another identical door materialized behind him. "Ah, persistence, a trait we both seem to share," Shen said, stepping through the newly formed door as if this was all part of some grand plan. "Listen, buddy, you can keep smashing doors all day, but I'll just keep coming back. You know why? Because I'm a problem solver." The skeleton paused mid-swing, its eyeless sockets narrowing slightly, as if wondering what kind of lunatic it was dealing with. Shen seized the moment, adjusting his imaginary tie. "Here's the deal. I know you're upset. I mean, who wouldn't be? You're stuck here, your body's falling apart, and your dining options are, let's face it, subpar. But that's where I come in." The skeleton tilted its head, seemingly caught between curiosity and frustration. "You see," Shen continued, pacing dramatically like a motivational speaker, "I noticed something fascinating. Every time you chomp down on some fresh meat, your bones, what's left of them anyway, start to regenerate. Slowly, sure, but it's happening. Problem is, you're working with the wrong tools. Eating humans? Inefficient. You need targeted nutrition." With a flourish, Shen pulled his phone from his pocket, tapping the screen a few times before holding it up triumphantly. "Behold," he declared, displaying an image of calcium tablets. The skeleton blinked, or at least Shen thought it did. Its glowing eyes flickered, which was close enough. "Calcium," Shen said, his voice dripping with salesman energy. "The miracle mineral for all your skeletal needs." The skeleton growled lowly, taking a step forward. Shen instinctively stepped back but kept his grin plastered on. "Oh, I know what you're thinking," Shen said, raising a finger. "Why trust a random human? Well, let me tell you, I'm not just any human. I'm your friend." The word friend seemed to hang in the air, echoing ominously in the dark hallway. The skeleton stopped advancing, its eyeless gaze locked onto Shen. Shen took that as a win and pressed on. "Think about it. I'll bring you all the calcium you need. Pills, powders, fortified milk, you name it. And in return, all I ask is that you, don't eat me. Oh, and maybe help me not get murdered by whoever cursed me. A fair trade, wouldn't you say?" Shen stood frozen, his fake salesman grin plastered awkwardly on his face as the skeleton began conjuring a glowing, ominous purple orb in its bony hands. His mind raced at lightning speed, his inner voice screaming a flurry of panicked thoughts. Did I offend him? Was it the sarcastic friend comment? Should I have gone with "or your majesty" or something? His mouth went dry as the orb pulsed menacingly, growing larger with each passing second. Shen's sales pitch confidence crumbled, and he cursed his inability to keep his sarcastic mouth shut. This is it, he thought. Death by purple glow stick. Classic salesman karma. Then, as if mocking his melodrama, the orb emitted a cheerful ding, a sound that definitely didn't match the skeleton's menacing aura. Before Shen could process what was happening, a parchment materialized in the air before him, hovering politely as though waiting for him to take it. Shen blinked, cautiously inching closer. The purple orb had disappeared, leaving only the glowing contract and the skeleton, whose eyeless sockets seemed to suggest, "Go ahead, read it, you idiot." Tentatively grabbing the parchment, Shen's initial terror gave way to a wide grin. "No way," he muttered. "It worked. I actually sold him on the deal." His grin faltered as he began reading the document. The title practically screamed at him in an over-the-top Gothic font. "Contract of the Eternal Alliance by order of Mictlantecuhtli, progenitor of shadowed bones, devourer of corpses, defeated lord of the underworld." The titles went on and on. Shen's grin soured into a grimace as he skimmed the absurdly long list. Master of the Eternal Ossuary, Keeper of the Unyielding Abyss, but then Shen's eyes narrowed as he reached the fine print at the bottom. 5th Division Battlefield Acquisition Officer of the Legion. Shen paused, rereading it. His face twisted as the realization hit him. Wait, you're just a glorified pencil pusher? He exclaimed, looking up at the skeleton. After all those scary titles, you're middle management. You're the undead equivalent of an HR rep. The skeleton let out a low growl, but Shen waved his hands defensively. No offense. I mean, it's a respectable job. Someone's gotta collect all the corpses, right? Keeps the underworld economy going. Trying to smooth things over, Shen turned his attention back to the contract. The terms were surprisingly straightforward. The skeleton, Ahem, Miklanta Kutli, would assist Shen in surviving the Nightmare Realm. In exchange, Shen would help the skeleton regain his lost strength using resources from the human realm. Either party could terminate the agreement if the other failed to hold up their end of the deal. It was, Shen realized, remarkably fair. Not that it made him feel any less nervous. Equal exchange, huh? He murmured, tapping his chin. So you don't plan to eat me as long as I keep the calcium coming? The skeleton gave an almost imperceptible nod, its glowing eyes narrowing as if to say, "Sign the damn thing already." Well, Shen sighed, Honten, I've already sold my dignity. Might as well sell my soul, too, and signed his name with a flourish. The moment his signature hit the parchment, a brilliant purple light exploded from the contract, enveloping both Shen and Miklanta Kutli. Shen stumbled back, shielding his eyes as the system's mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations, contract complete. You have been officially recognized as the human who overcame the curse of fallen evil spirits, gatekeeper of nightmares and reality, and sole controller of the two realms. Shen's jaw dropped. I'm sorry, what now? The scene shifts. We come to the house of our boy, where Shen sat at the dining table, sipping the warm tonic his mother had handed him. The overly sweet herbal concoction tasted like someone had blended grass with a hint of cough syrup, but he drank it without a word, hiding the wince behind a forced smile. His mother stood close by, her worried gaze fixed on him. Remember, Shen, she said softly, brushing a stray strand of hair out of his face. If you feel even a little bit unwell, tell us right away. You've just come out of the hospital. Don't push yourself too hard. Shen nodded fervently, his heart aching from the sincerity in her voice. Hospital, huh? More like the nightmare realm with complementary terror, he thought. But he wasn't about to ruin this moment. And take it easy for a few days, she continued. No stress, okay? Just focus on getting better. Before Shen could respond, his dad appeared behind his mom, holding out a small bottle of calcium tablets. Here, his dad said gruffly, placing the bottle on the table. You asked for these, right? That simple gesture almost broke Shen. His throat tightened and his eyes stung with tears. They care. They actually care, he thought, clutching the bottle like it was a sacred artifact. Thank you, he choked out, his voice trembling. Thank you so much, Mom, Dad, thank you. His mother blinked at him, puzzled by his overly emotional reaction. Shen, it's just a tonic and some tablets, she said gently. You don't have to thank us for something so small. Your health and safety are all that matter to us. But Shen couldn't stop the flood of gratitude. In his past life, he had been an orphan. The closest thing he had to affection was a vague nod from a boss who occasionally remembered his name. Now, here he was, being cared for in ways he never thought possible. It felt surreal, like a warmth he didn't know he needed. The tender moment was abruptly shattered by a loud, insistent knocking at the door. Before anyone could even think about opening it, several strangers barged in. Excuse me, Shen's dad snapped, stepping protectively in front of his family. The strangers revealed their badges, and both parents froze. They were police officers from the East Precinct. "We're here to discuss Shen's case," one of the officers said, a middle-aged man with a grumpy expression. His tone was flat, but there was a nervous undercurrent to his words. Shen's mom instinctively moved closer to her son, her worry now directed at these uninvited guests. The grumpy officer cleared his throat and began. "Incidents like curses," he said, as if the word itself left a bad taste in his mouth, "occur countless times every year. They're unpredictable, unavoidable. When they happen, there's nothing anyone can do except accept their fate." His awkward pause was almost laughable, but Shen wasn't in the mood for humor. He noticed how the officer avoided making eye contact, his hands fidgeting slightly. The man's unease was painfully obvious. He was scared. "And the police can't do anything either?" Shen asked, his voice sharp. His parents gasped softly, surprised by his tone. The officer shifted uncomfortably, clearly trying to maintain a professional facade. "It's not that we don't want to," he said defensively. "It's that curses like these don't follow any logical patterns. We're as powerless as anyone else when it comes to them." Translation: "We're terrified and don't want to touch this mess with a 10-foot pole," Shen thought bitterly. The officer exhaled in what might have been relief. "You should be grateful, kid. Recovering from something like this is almost unheard of. Consider yourself lucky." "Yeah, real lucky," Shen mused sarcastically. "The original owner of this body got turned into ghost food, and I'm stuck cleaning up the mess." Before Shen could respond, another officer stepped forward, a younger man with a prosthetic hand. His badge gleamed under the light, and Shen noticed he was a sergeant, despite his youth. "We've already gotten approval from the higher-ups," the sergeant said firmly. "The hospital where this curse originated will be abandoned. No one will be allowed inside again. At the very least, we can prevent any future victims." Shen studied the sergeant's face. There was no fear in his expression, just determination. It was a stark contrast to his grumpy colleague. "Thank you," Shen said sincerely, "but someone is targeting me specifically. I've been cursed once, and I don't think it's over." The room fell silent. Both officers exchanged uneasy glances. "Why would anyone target a middle schooler?" the grumpy officer finally muttered. "You've got no enemies. We've already looked into your social circle. There's nothing unusual." As the sergeant wrapped up his business, he made it clear that the police had other important duties to attend to. He gave a final nod to Shen's family, the kind that implied, "We'll bother you no more," as he backed out of the door. Shen watched the officer go, the realization sinking in that the curse tied to the Wicked Ghost King statue was not just some minor inconvenience. No, it was apparently a beast of power so wild that even the local police force wanted no part in it. "I guess the cops aren't into becoming ghost food today," Shen mused, staring at the door. The truth settled like a weight on his chest. The police couldn't do anything. The government was so terrified of the whole cursed situation that they'd rather pretend it didn't exist. And now Shen was the target of some invisible force. If even the government wasn't willing to face it head-on, who would? And why, in the name of all things curse, was someone using such an absurdly powerful weapon on a random middle schooler like him? Really? Me? What did I do accidentally insult a necromancer's grandmother in a past life? Shen thought, his mind spinning with the absurdity of it all. All right, time to give my sales pitch to the big skelly. Let's see if I can charm this undead bonehead into something useful. With that, he slipped into his professional salesman mode. His voice was smooth and practiced, as if he'd done this 1,000 times before. "Hey there, Big Skelly. You are around. Got some calcium tablets for you, but before you get all excited, I've got some other stuff too. Think you might be interested." The skeleton appeared in front of him, menacing as ever, but instead of lunging at him, it just looked at him, waiting for his pitch. Shen's grin widened. "Look at that, he's actually listening. Who needs all that fighting when you've got negotiating skills?" But then the monster pointed to Shen's pockets, making it abundantly clear it didn't want the calcium tablets yet. No, it wanted the super tonic. "Of course you do," Shen thought, rolling his eyes. "What's next? You want me to sing you a lullaby?" He sighed, handing over the tonic, and suddenly, a green orb appeared around him. The system chimed in, detailing the terms of the deal. In exchange for the tonic, the skeleton would gift him a relic from its collection, a nightmare crystal, an item forged by high elves who had once fought the skeletons. According to the system, it could instill knowledge, skills, or techniques into the user. Okay, not bad, Shen thought, accepting the crystal. I'm trading a tonic for a magic relic. This better be worth it. He crushed the nightmare crystal, and the green aura swirled around him, filling the air with energy. A notification popped up, and Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had learned a new skill, Moonlit Deer Walk. The description told him that this was a movement technique used by Elven soldiers to evade attacks, perfect for dodging. Wait, I'm actually getting movement skills from a cursed crystal. Shen couldn't help but laugh, both at the absurdity and the sudden surge of hope. After this exchange contract was complete, Shen finally gave all the calcium tablets to the giant skeleton. Shen furrowed his brow, wondering if the skeleton was having a secret calcium party or something. It didn't make sense considering they had a contract. Sure, you sign a legally binding deal and then go off to eat your vitamins in private. Totally normal, Shen mused with a dry chuckle. But hey, whatever kept the big guy's bones from falling apart? With that thought out of his mind, Shen figured it was finally time to practice his newly acquired Moonlit Deer Walk technique. After all, evading attacks was probably going to be useful, assuming he lived long enough to use it. Okay, let's get this evasion thing down, he muttered, deciding to focus. As he started stretching, because apparently even evasion had warm-up exercises now, his peaceful day took a sharp turn. A third noise echoed from behind him like a bad horror movie cue, and for a brief second Shen thought, maybe it's my parents home from work, or maybe my mom forgot to close the door properly. Either way, no big deal. But then the system pinged with a friendly notification. Moonlit Deer Walk requires 3 agility. Current agility, 2. Shen blinked. Great, so this is a video game now? Gotta grind my stats before I can dodge a stab. What's next? Leveling up my health potions? He sighed, staring at the agility bar like it was a cruel joke. One more point, he thought. Just one. As he walked toward his room, something felt off. The hair on the back of his neck stood up as if some cosmic prankster was about to ruin his day. Then it happened. From behind, a voice, dark and ominous, slithered into his ears, sending chills down his spine. How are you still alive? It was impossible to beat the curse. Shen froze. What the actual... Oh! He turned around and immediately regretted it. Standing there, barely fitting in the room, was an assassin. The figure was tall, dressed in shadows, with a mask adorned with scars like they were trying to look like a Halloween costume, but missed the mark by a mile. The scars weren't even symmetrical, but hey, maybe that's what being an assassin in a cursed world was all about. Before Shen could say anything, because, of course, he didn't have a witty one-liner ready for this situation, the assassin spun like a tornado on speed and crashed through the bedroom window. I knew it was too quiet around here, Shen thought as the assassin's gleaming blue eyes locked onto him. The dagger raised high. Time seemed to slow down as the assassin lunged, the blade cutting through the air like it had its own vendetta. Shen did the only thing he could think of. He dodged, and by some miracle he avoided the sharp edge, his heart pounding as if it were trying to escape his chest. That was close, he muttered, feeling like a character in a cheap action flick. The assassin, seemingly impressed for a moment, paused. "Not bad," the assassin said, their voice a low growl. "You're faster than I thought. Too bad it won't serve you." Shen, meanwhile, was fighting the overwhelming urge to faint. "I'm dodging an assassin. This is a thing that's happening right now." He looked down at his hands, silently praying his nerves wouldn't betray him. Then, like some misguided motivational speaker, Shen activated his polite person title. "Excuse me, Mr. Assassin, sir, but is there anything I can do to help you?" "Maybe." The assassin's eyes narrowed. "Shut up and die, fool." Shen's polite little speech had zero effect. If anything, the assassin seemed offended by the suggestion that they needed help. Shen sweat bullets. "Okay, let's just dodge and maybe do a little praying on the side." Another dagger slash came at him, narrowly missing his face. Shen's heart rate was now officially in "I'm about to die" mode. And to make matters worse, a system notification popped up in the middle of the fight. Note, titles and equipment have ranks: gray, white, green, blue, and purple. Your polite person title is currently gray rank. Effectiveness: meh. Shen blinked. Meh? This thing is supposed to help me? This is what I get for choosing the be nice approach. The assassin pulled a gun from his pocket. You know, the thing that doesn't require nearly as much effort as all those flips Shen had been doing. "No more games, kid. You're not dodging this." The sound of the gun being cocked echoed ominously in the room. Crap, Shen thought. For a moment, time stopped, and he felt like he was spiraling. This wasn't just another assassin, this was a real threat. His mind flashed to memories of his previous life, before he even entered this messed up world, back when bullets were a terrifying reality. But now, it felt like the universe was making sure he didn't forget his place in this dark, dystopian game. And just as panic began to set in, the system decided to bless Shen with the "oh, I forgot to mention this" moment. A sudden notification popped up. Titles can be consumed to gain status points. The higher the rank of the title, the more points you gain. Shen blinked. Wait, hold up, what? You're telling me I can eat this title like some kind of snack and level up? And you didn't think to mention this before? What? Were you waiting for me to die first? Furious, Shen scolded the system like a disappointed parent. Thanks for the heads up, pal. Really appreciate the timing. He glanced over at his polite person title, still laughing at him from the corner of his mind. Shen felt his frustration bubbling over and made a snap decision. Fine, you know what, let's just eat this trash. With a quick thought, he consumed the polite person title and felt the stat point flood into him. 1 measly point in agility. Well, it was something, but he wasn't here for the mess stats. He was here for survival. Without wasting another second, Shen put that precious point into agility and, thank God, unlocked the first form of the moonlit deerwalk technique. A vibrant green aura surrounded him, and for the first time since the assassin showed up, Shen felt like he might just stand a chance. His movements became swifter, more fluid, almost as if he was gliding. The world seemed to slow down as Shen danced out of the way of the assassin's attacks, evading them with ease. Take that, you wannabe ninja, Shen thought smugly to himself as he zipped around, feeling like he was in a high-speed chase scene. But then reality hit. The assassin wasn't going to just give up. Oh no, Shen knew that if he stood around like an idiot, this whole thing would end in a bloodbath. So, in a bold and possibly reckless move, Shen bolted toward the summoning door to the nightmare realm, his only escape. Not today, you psycho, he muttered, running for his life. The door materialized before his very eyes, and the assassin, still hell-bent on completing his mission, followed hot on Shen's heels. "Where are you going, huh? Got a secret passage or something?" The assassin, clearly thinking he had Shen cornered, rushed toward the door. But the moment the assassin crossed that threshold, the lightheartedness of the situation vanished. Shen couldn't help but smile. It wasn't a smile of relief, but of pure satisfaction. "It's been real, buddy. Nice meeting you," he said as the door slammed shut behind him, leaving the assassin stranded in the darkness of the nightmare realm. In a blink of an eye, the assassin's confident advance turned into a comedy of errors. Realization hit the assassin, and he turned around to find himself surrounded by shadows, his fate sealed. But before he could turn back, something far worse than Shen was waiting for him. A massive gaping mouth opened behind him. "Oh, you poor bastard," Shen muttered under his breath, watching as the assassin's final panicked scream was cut short by the giant skeleton's massive jaws. The monster swallowed the assassin whole, its bone-crushing bite reverberating through the air. As the echo of the skeleton's crunch faded, Shen's heart rate began to slow, and he allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. "I can't keep doing this. I need a vacation," he muttered under his breath, rubbing his tired temples as if that would somehow solve everything. The close call with the assassin had left him shaken, but Shen knew this wasn't the end. Oh no, this was just the beginning. There was definitely a whole horde of assassins just waiting to take a shot at him. Who sent them? What did they want? Are you all out of actual hobbies? Did I steal your lunch money in a past life or something? He wondered, but that wasn't his current problem. His current problem was figuring out how to survive the next attack and how to get some actual self-defense items. And just when Shen was about to collapse into an existential crisis, the system decided to make its grand entrance. A notification flashed in front of him. The sacrifice of a living creature has pleased the other party. According to the principle of equal exchange, the monster offers great items in return for human flesh. Shen blinked. Wait, I'm getting rewards for feeding people to my skeleton now? This is some twisted loyalty program. Suddenly, a green aura surrounded him, and like a magic trick performed by a sadistic deity, multiple items materialized from thin air. A letter, because apparently monsters are into old-school communication, a pale shadow crown, and a silver war medal. Shen was stunned. The monster, who had initially wanted to eat him, was actually being nice. Is this how a bad relationship works? I get fed to you and then you buy me things? All right, I'm down, but you better be paying me in cash next time. First, there was the pale shadow crown, which came with some high-level shadow magic from the Gloom Abyss, an extra charming name for a place that sounds like it was designed by a goth teenager. It promised the ability to disguise oneself as an elf. And then a silver war medal, which was a symbol of honor among the Nightmare Realm's Elven forces. It was so prestigious that it could teleport him to their territory if he wore it. Because of course everyone wants to go to the elf realm to loot things, right? Shen's first thought, I'm basically the fantasy equivalent of a shopaholic. Eat one human, get 2 awesome items, sign me up. Without a second thought, he slapped the pale shadow crown on his head, eager to see just how much elf fantasy magic he could summon from a single piece of headgear. And then, the transformation happened. Shen stood in front of his phone's camera, staring in utter disbelief. His once human form had now been replaced by something way more fabulous. His ears elongated, his eyes turned a vibrant green, and his clothes, let's just say that even the most fashionable elf would be envious of this ensemble. Shen didn't know what was happening, but his reflection was pretty damn gorgeous. His jaw practically hit the floor. I'm hot, he muttered to himself, marveling at the elf in the reflection. Look at those cheekbones, those ears. Am I the new poster child for elven beauty? He couldn't help but blush. Man, I look good. As Shen admired himself, because who wouldn't want to bask in their newfound elven glam, he made a mental note. All right, once I get another title, I'm straight up robbing the elf kingdom. Everything must be mine. But just as he was planning his next big heist, the universe reminded him that nothing good lasts forever. A knock sounded on his door. Oh, not this again, Shen groaned, mentally preparing himself for the next round of assassination attempts or worse. The voice on the other side wasn't menacing. In fact, it was positively chipper. The voice practically sang its joy at hearing that Shen was alive and well, introducing itself as Haoyu. And just like that, Shen's brain was hit with a freight train of memories. Suddenly, his life before all of this ghostly nightmare madness rushed back like a tidal wave of inconvenient facts. Oh no, not you. It was Haoyu, his best friend, the very same guy who had dragged Shen to that cursed hospital in the first place. The very reason Shen had even gotten cursed. Of course, this is what I get for having friends, huh? In a panic, Shen yanked off the pale shadow crown and quickly transformed back into his human form, because there was absolutely no way he was going to explain his elf makeover to his best friend. With his typical charm, or total lack thereof, Shen opened the gate, and in came Haoyu, not walking. No, that would be far too simple. Instead, he sprinted in like he was being chased by something truly terrifying. His feelings. The guy practically tackled Shun in a hug, crying like a toddler who just realized they've been left behind at daycare. Bro, I thought you were gone. I thought the curse had taken you. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault you got dragged into this nightmare. He sobbed like his world was ending. Shun could only stand there, awkwardly patting his friend's back as he tried to convince himself this wasn't the worst scene he'd experienced in the last 24 hours. Okay. First of all, let's calm down, man. You're fine. I'm fine. It's not your fault. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And you know, cursed by an evil statue. Happens to the best of us. He gave Haoyu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, though Shen wasn't sure if he was trying to comfort his friend or himself. As Haoyu continued to bawl, Shen's mother finally returned from her day of work. Of course, that's when she noticed Haoyu had somehow infiltrated their house like a ninja of emotional support. She raised an eyebrow. Haoyu, what are you doing here? Are you here to check on Shen? Shen blinked, confused. Wait, where's Dad? Did he go out for more milk? Or is he still lost in the supermarket? He felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Why did dads always mysteriously disappear when you needed them most? His mom, on the other hand, had a far more pressing concern. Your father went to get more of those super tonics so you can recover faster. You've been drinking it, right? Oh, that. The super tonic, the one that came from the giant skeleton in the basement. That tonic. Shen didn't feel like explaining the details, so he lied. Yep, totally drank it. No biggie, super fine, nothing weird going on in the basement at all. Nothing at all. Haoyu, however, was shook. He stared at Shen with wide eyes. Wait, what? The super tonic? Dude, that stuff is practically mythical. Rich people can't even get their hands on it. If your dad really got you some, then your family's definitely connected to some serious powerhouses. He sounded both amazed and a little terrified. Shen's mother quickly changed the topic, no doubt sensing the sudden tension. But Haoyu was already piecing it all together. Wait, so your family, they have some serious connections, huh? Shen's mom offered a casual, evasive smile. It was a lot of work to get just one bottle, but that's not important right now. It was clear Haoyu wasn't buying it, but Shen could see the wheels turning in his friend's head. He was about to say something more when the conversation took a completely unexpected turn. How you shifted gears talking about Shen's future. You've got to get better soon, man. The high school exams are coming up. You're a bright kid, you've always gotten perfect grades, and you'd walk into any top high school, no problem. Shen froze and a bombshell exploded in his brain. High school exams? Wait, what? Oh no, no. Reality hit him like a ton of bricks. He was still a middle schooler. He was supposed to be gearing up for exams, studying like a responsible student, but here he was, fighting off assassins and dealing with nightmare realms. The original owner of this body, completely behind on exams. And now Shen had missed the first one, and by the looks of it would miss the second one too. Great, awesome, perfect, he mumbled to himself, rubbing his temples. Why couldn't I have been cursed before the exams? But how you, bless his well-meaning soul, wasn't finished. He kept going, pouring salt into Shen's already gaping wound. I'm so sorry, man. It's my fault. You've worked so hard to get into a top school, and now you might not make it because of me. Shen's mom, bless her heart, was clearly at her wit's end, listening to how you ramble on and on about Shen's cursed life like it was some melodramatic soap opera. She put a stop to it with a tight-lipped sigh, the kind that said, I've had enough of this nonsense. Listen, Shen, don't beat yourself up. You missed the strength test, okay? But there's still the agility test. You can totally make it into a decent high school. Shen, of course, had a very different reaction. Decent high school? Yeah, that's what I'll be attending if I'm still alive by the time those exams roll around. Because, you know, assassins just love high school exams. Not only was Shen expected to pass the tests, he was apparently supposed to survive them too. The name of the test? That was when Shen's entire life seemed to go into a full panic mode. This wasn't just about memorizing boring old math formulas or mindlessly regurgitating history facts. Oh no, this was something out of a twisted reality show. These exams didn't just test your knowledge, they tested your physical and mental strength, your agility, and most importantly, your ability to gain stat points. Forget about acing high school. This was all about surviving the weirdest competition he could imagine. The thought of having to show off his agility while also running for his life from assassins made Shen feel like he was in a constant state of impending doom. He wasn't wrong. He was absolutely being hunted. The second he stepped foot out that door, he'd be the next target on some assassin's kill-to-do list. Maybe I should just give up on the exams. I can't deal with this right now. Who cares about agility tests when I'm dodging death left and right? But then, he noticed something in his mother's eyes. She wasn't buying it. She saw the terror in his face. Shen's heart sunk as she put two and two together, realizing that her son wasn't just worried about school. He was outright scared of leaving the house. Mom instinct activated. Without a second thought, she wrapped him up in a tight hug, as if to shield him from the world. Sweetheart, if you don't want to take the exams, it's fine. Your safety is what matters most to us. Don't worry about anything else. Her words were kind, filled with warmth, but Shen could only hear the undertones of worry. Her baby was in danger. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Shen felt a shift inside himself. He thought about it for a second. Just give up. Stay home. Avoid the tests and maybe hide out until things settled down. But then the memories flooded in like an old TV channel switching on. The memories of the life he'd inherited. The real Shen's life. He remembered his family's standing in the Empire. They weren't just some random people. They were important. They had connections. But there was a catch. Shen's parents had zero contact with his grandfather, and as much as they cared for Shen, they were living modestly. They'd always avoided relying on the family's wealth, especially because the family wasn't exactly on the best terms. And now, Shen's dad had clearly gone out of his way to beg his estranged father for the super tonic. He'd swallowed his pride just to get the help Shen needed to survive. The weight of that thought made Shen's stomach twist in knots. His family, his parents, had already sacrificed so much to try and save him, and here he was contemplating giving up. He couldn't do that. He couldn't let their sacrifices go to waste. And it was then that Shen's emotions threatened to overwhelm him. Almost as if the floodgates were about to open, he felt the sharp sting of tears in his eyes. But no, he blinked hard, pushing those feelings aside, because this wasn't the time, not when his mom was still looking at him, waiting for him to speak. However, Shen was also a teenage boy, and when the weight of life's complexities began to make his head spin, he found a perfect excuse to avoid feeling anything at all. Hey, how about a late-night snack? I'm starving, and we're not doing anything important right now, right? Ah, Shen, the guy who can't seem to escape the drama no matter how much he'd like to pretend he's a peaceful bookworm in the school library. There he was, minding his own business, actually studying for once. He was reading up on body mechanics, psychic energy, and strength training. A far cry from his usual, let's just survive today and hope no assassin shows up mentality. But hey, in a world where the curriculum involves actual magic and the possibility of gaining superpowers, it made sense to dive into the chaos headfirst. Besides, there was something strangely comforting about being surrounded by people. No assassins lurking in the hallways. It was like a vacation. If only he could focus long enough to stop daydreaming about high school exams. The exams were less about knowledge and more about flexing your mental and physical strength, an obvious nightmare for someone who wasn't planning on getting any more attention from whatever dark forces were hunting him. But hey, he wasn't dead yet, and as long as he could get into a decent high school, maybe, just maybe, he could get some kind of protection from the teachers. High school heroes, anyone? He was all for it. But of course, his fantasy bubble was quickly popped by a classmate. Hey, Shen, Zhao's looking for you, the guy said, like he was giving a heads up for the apocalypse. Shen stared at him blankly. Zhao? So off Shen went toward the hallway, prepared for whatever mess this girl was about to dump on him today. When he reached Xiao, he remembered. Wasn't she that girl who used to pester him endlessly about studying? That friend who didn't know the meaning of personal space and definitely didn't know the meaning of the word boundaries? Oh yeah, her. And sure enough, she wasted no time in throwing a bomb straight in his face. I heard you came back to prepare for the exams, huh? Well, I did great on the first one, and I'm super confident about the rest. I'm going to an elite high school, you know, she announced, trying her best to sound like a pageant winner. Shen, who was honestly still trying to catch up with everything that had happened, mumbled a polite, "Congrats," because, well, it seemed like the right thing to do. He wasn't that heartless, but then, like the twist in a soap opera, Zhao dropped the real bomb. Oh, and just so you know, don't come looking for me anymore. The silence that followed could have been cut with a knife. The entire hallway froze, and the boys, oh the boys, began whispering like they were auditioning for a role in some high school drama. The gossip was practically oozing out of their ears. Xiao was done with Shen. Done with him. Because, you know, he wasn't perfect anymore now that he missed an exam and was, what, suddenly not cool enough? Wow. Xiao, trying to hold on to her dignity like someone clinging to a piece of wood in a sinking ship, went on to say that their paths were about to diverge and they'd run out of things to talk about. We should just not continue our relationship, she said, completely oblivious to how this was basically a breakup speech in front of an entire school hallway. But she added in the "we can still be friends" line just to keep the facade of decency going. Xiao, probably realizing the ground beneath her was crumbling, showed him her phone like she was about to present some irrefutable proof. "Look, I deleted your contact," she said triumphantly, expecting Shen to break down and beg for her attention. Spoiler, that didn't happen. Shen, however, wasn't having it. He'd had enough of being the victim in this little drama. "Oh, please, you were the one coming after me, pestering me to study for years." "I never asked for this," he said, eyes rolling so far back in his head that he was probably seeing his past life. "And now that I've missed one exam, you're pulling this 'we can't be friends' act." "Seriously?" But wait, there was more. Shen wasn't done. "You've been annoying me for years, and now, when things get tough, you want to bail on me? If you're not serious about the exams, then don't bother me. I can't afford to end up at some elite-level state school. I'm aiming for the best national high school. Get it?" At this point, the whispers around the hallway got louder. It was like a wave of realization crashed over everyone. Xiao, the so-called school beauty, had just tried to ditch the school topper when the going got tough. Enter Xiao's greedy friend, the protector of all things superficial, who was clearly one wrong comment away from a full-blown meltdown. This girl, let's call her Clingy McGreedy Pants, decided that just because Xiao had blessed Shen with her gifts, which probably came with a terms and conditions label somewhere, he had no right to talk back. And Shen be like, "Who the F are you?" Meanwhile, Xiao, clearly realizing that her wholesale "I'm so sweet I can make you feel guilty" act was faltering faster than her reputation, decided to go full Oscar winner. She tried to cry, tried being the key word, telling Shen, "I thought we were friends." With all the grace of a master manipulator, Shen pulled off the ultimate Uno reverse. He didn't just let her guilt trip him. No, he flipped it. "Just because I accepted your gifts doesn't mean I accepted you," he said, smirking like he'd just landed the winning blow in a battle of wits. "If you actually cared about me, you wouldn't have tied me down with gifts in the first place. Support and loyalty, that's what I needed, not your pity presents." And then, like the cherry on top, Shen turned around and offered her money for all the gifts she'd showered him with, like actual cash. Maybe this was his subtle way of telling her, "Here, I'll pay for the emotional baggage." But the kicker? Shen's final words. "And don't even think about us being friends, not in your wildest dreams." At this point, Xiao's friend was practically choking on her own rage. "You jerk!" she screamed, trying to throw all the insults she could muster. But Shen, unfazed, just stuck a finger in his ear like he was listening to a bad playlist on repeat. The irony wasn't lost on him. This was the same girl who had been following him around for years, now trying to lecture him about her being the jerk. Shen didn't have time for that. And then the chorus of boys who'd been blindly worshipping Xiao like she was the queen of the universe began to pile on. They saw an opportunity to be the big heroes, jumping in to defend the helpless girl who was just trying to be nice. They whined about how Shen was just arrogant because he always got good grades. Oh, please. Because obviously grades were the issue here, not the fact that Shen was smart enough to see through this nonsense. "Apologize to Xiao," they demanded. Shen, being the definition of unbothered, just kept walking. He wasn't about to waste time on a group of overgrown schoolboys with delusions of grandeur. Meanwhile, Xiao, her perfect little world crashing down around her, was fuming. "We're not done talking," she shouted. But Shen, he just waved her off. The public breakup had been too real for her to handle. In Xiao's head, she had it all figured out. She would dump him in front of everyone, making him the bad guy while she played the innocent victim. But with one simple Uno reverse, Shen had flipped the script. Now she was the one getting dumped, and her carefully crafted image as the school beauty was falling apart faster than a cheap knockoff handbag. The moment Shen turned to leave, Ming appeared like a bad dream, his size making it impossible for Shen to pretend he didn't notice. The big guy snarled, blocking Shen's path like an overgrown toddler who hadn't gotten enough attention, demanding Shen turn around and go apologize to Xiao. Because, of course, Xiao needed a personal bodyguard to defend her honor over some petty high school drama. Shen, though, he wasn't intimidated, not in the slightest. Instead, he just hit the sarcasm button like it was his best friend. "Oh, look, Ming, the great number 3 student himself. Well, don't let me hold you up from your dreams of finally defeating me in the grades department. Go back to your class and study if you want to hold on to your place, big guy." Ouch. Looks like Ming's ego took a shot, and he wasn't having it. The man's temper flared, and you could practically see steam coming out of his ears as he growled, "You think you can keep that top spot? I'm stronger now, Shen. If you don't apologize to Xiao, I'll break a few of your bones." Oh, what a delightful offer, Ming. But Shen wasn't afraid of broken bones. He was afraid of nothing, least of all this big angry guy who couldn't even understand sarcasm. Shen had a plan. He knew exactly what to do to make Ming look like a total fool. Without missing a beat, Shen dropped to his knees in front of Ming, playing the helpless victim as if he'd just been hit by a truck. "Oh no, Ming, you're right. I was wrong. I have to apologize to Xiao for..." Wait, what did I do wrong again? He feigned desperation, looking over at Xiao with big sad eyes as if he was the one who had been dumped and rejected. "I'm so sorry, Xiao," he sighed dramatically, wiping away fake tears. "You've won. I'll now be at your disposal, ready for all the emotional torment you could ever want." Shen's melodrama was so over the top that even the audience in the hallway could barely hold it together. Was he serious? Was this really happening? But here came the real punchline. As Shen finished his little Oscar-winning performance, he casually turned and made a beeline for the exit, running away like he was fleeing the scene of a crime. And just like that, Yao's reputation, poof, started crumbling faster than her fragile ego. Shen had played them all like a fiddle. He wasn't just running away, he was running with the drama. Every step he took, Xiao's carefully crafted image as the school beauty was getting shredded into tiny little pieces. Of course, Xiao tried to shout after him, but it was too late. She was done. Her carefully constructed narrative had just backfired so hard that the whole school was watching her fall from grace, and there was nothing she could do about it. Ming, on the other hand, he was fuming. Not only had his heroic entrance turned him into the villain in everyone's eyes, but now Shen had made a complete mockery of him too, and he was pissed. The big guy was trailing behind Shen, still angry and thinking, "I'll just beat him up later," because obviously that was the solution to everything in Ming's tiny little mind. Ming's attempt at a sucker punch was just waiting for its moment. He thought he could teach Shen a lesson, but Shen was prepared the moment Ming's fist came at him. Shen dodged with the kind of speed that made everyone watching question their life choices. Using the moonlit deer walk technique, which, let's be honest, sounds like some kind of mystical yoga pose, Shen effortlessly dodged the punch, grabbed Ming's arm, and twisted it like he was casually opening a jar of pickles. Shen's agility left Ming floundering like a fish out of water. The crowd gasped, and even Xiao had a moment of, "Wait, what just happened?" Ming was completely out of his depth. If Shen had applied any real strength, Ming's arm would have been in the shape of a pretzel right about now. And then, just when things were about to get interesting, like cinematic levels of interesting, fate, or maybe just a school bell, had other plans. A teacher burst into the hallway screaming about the mock exams and how everyone needed to get their butts to the field. And just like that, the epic showdown was over. The classmates scattered like cockroaches in the light, rushing to get to the field to avoid another scolding. Everyone wanted to see a fight, but unfortunately, education came first, and Ming's grand revenge would have to wait. Ah, the school field. A scene of absolute excitement as the students gathered, stretching their bodies and pretending they cared about the upcoming mock exams. But Shen? He was already checked out, mentally at least. Enter Hao Yu, his overly enthusiastic best friend, waving his hands around like an over-caffeinated windmill. Hao Yu's voice came at Shen like a freight train. "Dude, the test's gonna take forever. The line's so long we'll probably be waiting here until next week. Why don't we go check out the new comic shop behind the school?" Ah, yes, the old comic shop distraction. Shen blinked, pretending to care for about half a second, and then, bam, it hit him. The realization that he had completely forgotten to collect the title he wanted. Yesterday, he had crashed as soon as his head hit the pillow, and now he had a perfect chunk of time to snatch it. He had to get into the nightmare realm. Priorities, you know, but of course, he couldn't just leave Hao Yu hanging, all eager and excited about comics. So, Shen put on his most dramatic, sick face. "Ugh, man, I can't. My stomach is killing me. I need to hit the restroom or I'm gonna explode." His stomach wasn't the problem. It was his brain desperately trying to wrangle the chance to slip into the nightmare realm undetected. But sure, Hao Yu, totally buying that excuse. "Man, don't worry, I'll stand in for you. Just get in line so you don't miss your number," Hao Yu said, ever the good friend not realizing he was being played like a fiddle. Shen nodded, playing the part of the suffering student, and then sprinted off in the opposite direction. His real destination, the restroom. Ah, but of course, the classic hallway surveillance trick. Unbeknownst to Shen, there was an assassin tailing him. Again, these assassins really needed to get a new hobby because at this point they were just becoming background noise in Shen's life. He ducked into the restroom looking over his shoulder like he was being pursued by a stalker at a high school dance. He peeked around, then, wham, in he went. Except, plot twist, the assassin followed. You'd think after failing the last few attempts to take out Shen, they'd maybe give up. But nope, not today. He crept into the restroom, eyes darting everywhere like a hawk. But Shen was gone. Vanished. And the assassin, scratching his head, had to wonder, where the hell did he go? Meanwhile, Shen was already gone and in his element, well, the nightmare realm element, to be exact. As soon as he stepped into the restrooms, he slipped on the crown. Poof, and transformed into an elf, ready to hunt down that giant skeleton monster like it was a Sunday morning stroll. He moved through the eerie passageways like he owned the place, his elf ears twitching at every sound. He was searching for that massive skeleton, the one who'd gotten away last time. But as Shen was so focused on finding the creature, he tripped over a pistol. Oh, joy. He picked it up, examining the gun like a confused tourist looking at a foreign map. Loaded? Check. Great, because nothing screams confidence like a teenager with zero experience holding a weapon. At least now he had something. With his new weapon, Shen ventured deeper into the elf territory, wondering where the skeleton had slunk off to. But just as he was about to make a grand entrance into the unknown, a familiar voice, the voice that had been his unexpected guide since day one, echoed in his head. "Listen up, kid. I'm all out of juice to help you. But hey, here's a little token I've managed to scrounge up. Use it wisely." And before Shen could even check out this token, poof, the world around him shifted, and he was sucked into the teleportation array, ready to dive headfirst into the elf territory. The scene shifted, the world around Shen spinning wildly as he plummeted from the air, landing with an awkward thud in a dense forest. He groaned. "Great! Teleportation 0, Shen 1. If 1 means a bruised back and a headache." His head was still doing its best impersonation of a washing machine, but he couldn't afford to linger in his personal pity party. This was Elven territory, right? Sure, let's go with that. He groggily sat up, blinking at his hand to make sure his senses weren't playing tricks on him. To his surprise, nestled in his palm was a mysterious dagger. Shiny, ominous, and definitely not the sort of thing you'd casually find on a forest floor. Oh, this is the token. he muttered to himself. Great, just what I needed. Another useless item from the weird voice in my head. Suddenly, the sound of rustling broke his reverie. Great, company. He turned around to see a group of elves, or so he thought, approaching. But the elves, they weren't exactly familiar. They were scoping the forest, looking all serious and battle-ready. However, Shen's senses prickled. Something was off. One of them, the angriest-looking one, pointed at him. "Fern, where have you been? We've been waiting forever. Do you have any idea what this delay could have done to our mission?" "Fern?" Shen blinked in confusion. Who the hell is Fern? Then it hit him. They were calling him Fern, which, okay, wasn't the most glamorous name, but he'd play along. After all, who wouldn't want to be associated with a legendary hero like Fern? Yeah, sorry about that, Shen said, flashing a grin. Hiccups, you know how it is, busy. The elves looked, well, off. Upon closer inspection, Shen saw the telltale sign, the same pale shadowy crown he wore. Wait a minute, he thought. These aren't elves. It didn't take long for Shen to realize that these weren't any tree-hugging, nature-loving elves. They were impostors, disguised undead creatures using the crown to mask their true forms. One of them, seemingly the leader, crossed his arms and scowled. Fern, he started, we've gained the tribe's trust. They've bought our story about being injured soldiers, recovering from battle. So tonight, we strike. We kill their elven chief, and then we loot the treasures of the tribe. Are you in? Shen couldn't help but smile a little. Oh, I'm definitely in, he thought. The real fun was just starting. Outwardly, he scratched his crown like he was adjusting it. I'm just getting comfortable in this thing. Not really the best fit for my dramatic flair, you know. The reaction was instantaneous. All three of the undead shrieked in unison, practically jumping out of their dusty skin. No, don't touch it, they screamed. It'll expose us. Shen blinked, playing the perfect idiot. Oh, what's the big deal? I'm just fixing my uncomfortable crown. You guys have issues. He couldn't help but internally laugh at their panic. Well, looks like I nailed it, he muttered. Definitely undead, not elves. One of the undead quickly recovered, forcing a grin. Look, Fern, just keep it together. Tonight's mission, our mission, is critical. Nothing can go wrong. Shen turned to them, all fake sincerity. Relax, guys. If Fern's on the job, nothing ever goes wrong. But as he said it, a sickening realization hit him. He scratched his head, feeling the weight of the truth settling in. Wait a second, this whole mission. The reason the giant skeleton's not in the nightmare realm? It's because he pushed this onto me. He knew I wouldn't do it, so now I'm the one dealing with these undead losers. The undead, oblivious to Shen's growing epiphany, started moving toward the elf village. The leader grunted in annoyance. Come on, Fern. You're already behind. We need to get there now. The delays cost us too much. As Shen, or let's face it, Fern now trailed behind the undead trio, he couldn't help but notice the gaping chasm between them. They moved with the grace and speed of elves, their movements flowing effortlessly through the forest, as though they were born to it. Meanwhile, Shen was sweating buckets, struggling to keep pace. Even at full speed, he was barely managing to stay in the rearview mirror of these undead speed demons. The only thing he had going for him at this point was the ability to look like he was keeping up. Yeah, sure, totally not winded at all, he muttered to himself, mentally cursing his luck. Undead might be a little too fast. Next time, let's go for an undead jog instead of a full-on sprint, huh? Finally, the squad arrived at the tribe's gates as night fell, casting the whole scene in a dark, ominous shadow. The undead team didn't waste any time. They huddled together like some shady crew planning their next big heist. One of the teammates, trying to sound all cool and mysterious, whispered to Shen. "Normally, you need the chief's permission to get inside, but this spot is safe. We just need to flash our badges and we're in." Shen, still panting like a dog who'd been chased through the forest, furrowed his brow. "Safe? But you said—" The undead gave him a dead-eyed stare, their faces twisting into something that wasn't quite a grin. One of them, probably the leader because he was good at making people uncomfortable, finally spoke. "The assassination of the chief is the risky part, Fern. The rest is just paperwork." Shen blinked. "Wait. What?" His mind was racing as the pieces clicked into place. "You want me to—" Before he could finish his sentence, the leader gave him a look that would have made even a ghost consider getting a therapist. "You're the one who's supposed to take out the chief," the undead said, his voice dripping with malice, "while we handle the outside." Shen's stomach dropped like a stone. "I'm supposed to kill the chief," he repeated, louder than necessary, his voice a mix of disbelief and panic. The undead trio didn't respond with reassurance. Instead, they just glared at him. Their eyes were voids of unrelenting hatred, practically daring him to back out. Shen's skin crawled. "Great. Just great. I'm the freaking scapegoat," Shane thought. "This is literally the worst day of my life, and I've had some real bad days." He tried to ask again, just to make sure his ears weren't malfunctioning, but the undead didn't even give him the decency of an answer. Instead, they just stared at him like they were ready to turn him into undead spaghetti if he even thought about backing out. Finally, Shin snapped. He reached into his robe, pulling out a knife that looked suspiciously like something he'd pulled out of a discount horror movie. He licked the blade because, why not, add some melodrama to the mix, and gave the most evil grin he could muster. "Don't worry, guys," he drawled. "My blade's practically itching for some action. Let's just get this done." The undead team seemed appeased. It was like watching a toddler try to soothe a cat with a stick of cheese. Shen wasn't buying it, but hey, at least they were letting him live another minute. As they neared the tribe gate, his mind was racing. This whole thing stank of a suicide mission. He wasn't an assassin, he was a human who had accidentally wandered into an undead circus. But there was no turning back now. If he dared to say no to them, they'd probably execute him on the spot. And honestly, he didn't feel like becoming another piece of dead meat just yet. So, like an idiot, Shen followed them to the gate, praying for some divine intervention, anything that would keep him from getting skewered by whatever Elven assassin the undead hadn't already taken out. The guards at the gate weren't fooled by their story, but they also weren't that thorough. They checked their badges like they were showing off a fancy new credit card and nodded them in. Shen, on the other hand, could only think one thing. This is the worst plan I've ever been roped into. The skeleton ran away from this mess, and now it's my turn to play sacrificial lamb. Great. Just great. As Shen and the undead squad strolled past the guards, who seemed to be the most thorough security checkers in the world, they passed through the gates of the Elven village. The guards gave a quick look at their badges, which, let's be real, looked more like laminated membership cards for a very exclusive club. With a wave of their hands, they sent the quartet into the village, where Shen couldn't help but notice the sheer enthusiasm of the locals. Elven women, every single one more gorgeous than the last, looked at the undead like they were some sort of elven rock stars. And the children? Don't even get me started. They practically worshipped these supposed heroes like they were returning from the front lines, not like they were about to massacre their chief. Oh, sure, Shen thought, sarcastically rolling his eyes. Because nothing says hero like, I don't know, being part of a death squad. Meanwhile, his undead companions were putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, acting like they were the returning royalty they clearly weren't. "Fern," one of them said in an annoyingly hushed voice, "you should head to the chief's building. He's expecting you. He knows you're here." Shen couldn't stop the wave of nausea from flooding over him. Oh yeah, I bet he does. And I'm really sure he's expecting my death too, right? He muttered under his breath. The squad's generosity wasn't lost on Shen. They'd kindly made sure that he, Fern, went into the chief's building alone, while they stood outside to, well, make sure he didn't suddenly have a change of heart and run for the hills. He was well and truly trapped. Maybe, Shen thought, trying to console himself, if I survive this disaster, I'll at least earn some kind of epic title. The fool who stumbled into his death doesn't sound too bad, does it? Despite his attempts at humor, each step he took closer to the ominous building made his stomach churn harder than the last, and when that damn door finally creaked shut behind him, his internal monologue went from sarcastic jokes to genuine panic. There, standing before him like some towering celestial being, was the Elven tribe chief. "Welcome," the chief said, his voice rich and full of command. He was holding a book, which he closed as if to emphasize how utterly unimportant Shen's pathetic little life was in comparison. Shen froze. The sheer aura of power this guy exuded made him feel like a mosquito in a storm. This elf wasn't just some tribe leader. He was the spirit of the myriad forests, heir to the ancient tree throne, a master of arcane arts, and, wait for it, one of the 5 world heads. That's right, 5. Shen stood there, completely flabbergasted. Let me get this straight, he thought. I'm standing in front of a literal god, and I'm supposed to, what, assassinate him? With my what, exactly? My grace. He nearly laughed out loud at the absurdity of it. His own title was something like polite person, for crying out loud. It had gray ranks written all over it. This guy was like a walking galaxy of purple titles, each more legendary than the last. The trembling in Shen's body wasn't just from fear, it was existential dread. He was no assassin, and standing before this powerhouse made him feel even more out of place than usual. There was no way in hell a mere human could take on this elven titan. His teammates, those undead fools, weren't even willing to do the job themselves. They'd pulled him in, tossed him into the fire, and now he was supposed to dance with death on their behalf. Then, as Shen was about to completely lose his mind, something miraculous happened, or maybe just a little more terrifying. A blue portal flared to life before him, swallowing the air around him. The Elven chief smiled, clearly unbothered by Shen's inner breakdown. "Thank you for your sacrifice, Fern," he said, sounding like someone congratulating a dog for fetching the newspaper. "You've earned yourself a good rest. The tribe's throwing a feast tonight. I hope you'll enjoy it." Shen's brain shut down for a solid second. A feast? After all this? Was he being prepared for some kind of elaborate spiritual sacrifice, or was he about to be the star of a celebratory murder banquet? He stood there dumbfounded as the chief ushered him into the portal like some hapless tourist being taken on a sightseeing tour of his impending doom. Shen dropped onto a chair inside the inn with all the grace of a man who had just narrowly escaped an assassination mission and was now forced to sit through a long, agonizing waiting game. The undead team members were practically vibrating with excitement, acting like they'd won the lottery just because Shen had made it inside safely. "Now, Fern, you must have seen the target, right?" one of them asked, grinning like a cat that had just caught a particularly juicy mouse. "We can just kick back and relax now. It's still early. We'll wait until the chief's guard is down, and then you'll strike." Shen, trying to keep his cool while silently acknowledging the oncoming doom, couldn't help but think, "Yeah, totally. I've already seen the chief's target. Spoiler alert, it's me." The chief wasn't an idiot. This party was the perfect distraction, a brilliant ruse to keep the undead distracted while sending soldiers to ambush them. But hey, why think about the inevitable doom when you can just sit back and sip wine like the most unfortunate guest at a very, very messed up party? Just as Shen was starting to wallow in the sheer absurdity of his situation, a vision of grace and beauty appeared before him. A gorgeous elf girl, her smile practically glowing as she leaned in. "Would you care to dance, Fern?" she asked, her voice so sweet it could have been made of honey and stardust. Shen, momentarily forgetting that he was in a life-or-death situation, blinked and looked at her, mesmerized. Of course, the one time he gets offered a dance, he's about to be the fall guy in a doomed assassination plot. Well, this is a pleasant way to die, he thought, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. Dancing with a beautiful elf is probably the best way to go out. Shen had no illusions about his dancing skills. He had the rhythm of a drunk walrus. But hey, he wasn't about to let that stop him from enjoying his fleeting moment of bliss. "I'm not that good," he murmured, trying to be modest, even as he marveled at the woman's elegance. "But I'll try not to embarrass you." The girl, who Shen later learned was named Lanny, didn't seem fazed by his lack of grace. She was more than happy to take the lead, guiding him smoothly across the floor. Shen was a flustered mess, blushing as he tried not to step on her toes or trip over his own feet. He'd never been a dancer, and the weight of his impending doom was pressing down on him with every graceful twirl they made. But as they danced, a small, sad part of him wished that this was real, that he wasn't marching straight toward his own destruction, that this could be a normal night in a normal world. Shen briefly allowed himself the fantasy that maybe, just maybe, he could keep dancing with Lanny forever. It was the only moment of peace he'd had since he'd been thrown into this nightmare. Unfortunately, reality came crashing back, just as it always does. Noticing his sudden shift in demeanor, Lanny looked at him with curiosity. "What's wrong? You seem so quiet." Shen, trying to mask his panic with a charming grin, replied, "Oh, you know, my dancing's just dreadful. I feel unworthy of such a beautiful lady's company." His words were part self-deprecation, part sheer desperation, but Lanny didn't seem to mind. "Not at all," she said, her eyes sparkling. "Your dancing isn't that bad, Fern. You're quite charming, really." Then, as if struck by inspiration, she pulled off a bracelet from her wrist and handed it to him, grinning playfully. "I'll give you this as a token of my appreciation. But," she warned, "if your magic trick isn't dazzling, I'll take it back." Shen's mind, already spinning with the knowledge that he was, in fact, about to die, snapped into overdrive. Magic trick, he thought. Hell, why not? It's either this or sit around and wait for the undead to slaughter everyone. Might as well buy some time. He could work with this. Shen grinned, his confidence suddenly back in full force. "Ah, you want a magic trick, huh? You won't be disappointed," he said, making sure to inject as much theatrical flair as possible. He quickly hopped up onto a nearby table, striking a ridiculous pose. With a deep breath, he raised his hands and called out dramatically, "Ladies and gentlemen, gather round, witness a magic trick, unlike anything you've seen before." Lanny's eyes practically twinkled with anticipation as the crowd of elves leaned in, eager to see what Shen was about to do. Of course, none of them knew that Shen didn't have a single magical bone in his body, but hey, who was going to question a hero in the middle of a party? Shen, now with all the flair of an illusionist at a birthday party, announced, "Behold, the power to transform. Before your very eyes, a living human will appear, summoned out of thin air." Lanny gasped, and the rest of the elves oohed and awed, their excitement palpable. They had never seen such magic, especially magic that supposedly turned elves into humans. Shen's undead team, on the other hand, was less impressed. They were staring at each other in confusion. "Does he actually know how to do that?" one of them muttered, scratching their undead skull. No one mentioned this trick in the plan. With a devilish grin plastered on his face, Shen decided to take his act to the next level. He reached for the crown on his head, the crown, the one that had been hiding his true form, and announced to the room, "Watch closely, everyone. It's time for the grand reveal." With a flourish, he removed the cursed crown. For a brief, glorious moment, the room went silent as Shen's elf form evaporated, revealing, well, a human form, awkwardly standing there like a confused teenager at a high school dance. The crowd gasped, clapped, cheered. He could practically hear their collective brain cells short-circuiting. Shen wasn't just a magical elf with a killer dance move, he was human too. Who knew? Lanny, beaming with admiration, was practically swooning. That's incredible," she said, her voice dripping with fascination. "You really are a hero, Fern." "Ah, for you, my dear," Shun said with a flourish, throwing the crown towards her. "This is dedicated to your beauty, a true treasure amongst elves." The crowd erupted into applause, completely oblivious to the fact that the crown wasn't just some trinket, but the key to Shen's identity as a human. The fact that they thought it was still a magic trick was a nice touch. Lanny, blissfully unaware of the trap Shen was setting, grinned. "You're amazing, Fern. Hurry up and change back to your elf form so we can—" But Shen wasn't done. Oh no, he wasn't. "Change back?" he repeated with a devilish grin. "Well, I could, but why bother? You see, this crown is magic, and when I take it off, I turn into a human." He paused, letting the words sink in. "And guess what? My friends can do it too." The atmosphere shifted like the temperature in a freezer. The elf soldiers stopped smiling. Their hands hovered over their weapons, eyes narrowing as they realized that the undead were in their midst. "Did he just?" one of them muttered. The others were already raising their spears, eyes fixed on Shen's 3 disguised teammates, who looked like they just realized their cover had been blown. One of the undead gulped. "Wait, this wasn't part of the plan." Shen, on the other hand, was having the time of his life, strutting around like he'd just stolen the crown jewels. He threw his arms wide. "Once my 3 brothers transform from elves into the undead, I'll be right back. Don't worry. Just hang tight and enjoy the show." The elves, now on high alert, formed a tight circle, weapons drawn. They could feel the tension crackling in the air. The undead, meanwhile, were a bundle of confusion and panic, looking at each other like they'd just been handed a How to Fail at Life manual. They had no idea how to process the whole Shen's human now thing. But before they could come to a consensus, Shen did the most Shen thing ever. He waved at Lanny, who was still swooning like the love-struck elf she was, and then, just like that, he poofed out of existence. A door materialized behind him, and with one last dramatic flourish, Shen stepped through it. "We'll meet again, my dear. Just you wait," he called over his shoulder as the door snapped shut behind him. The elves, totally flabbergasted, stood frozen for a beat, their brains desperately trying to process the sorcery that had just unfolded before them. What just happened? Was he an elf? A human? Did he just teleport? Was he some kind of magic superhero? They were all still trying to make sense of the nonsense Shen had thrown at them when the elven chief made his grand entrance. The chief's gaze swept over the room with all the grandeur of someone who just realized they'd been played like a fiddle. "Ah, so it's undead infiltrators we have here, pretending to be valiant soldiers," he said, his voice thick with disdain. He turned to face Shun's former teammates, who were still fumbling with their honor badges, trying to salvage the situation. "How quaint. How utterly delightful. You thought you could pull this off in my village?" The undead tried to stand their ground, but it was already over. The chief, with the swiftness of a man who'd seen it all, used his tree magic to rip the crowns off their heads. The moment the crowns were removed, the undead's true forms emerged, leaving the elves horrified and ready to tear them apart. And that's when the chief noticed something strange, something new. Advanced shadow magic, he muttered under his breath, inspecting the crowns with a mixture of awe and fear. From the abyssal forest, no less. This is not something I've seen before. He turned his gaze toward Shen's former location, his expression one of grudging admiration. It seems that humanity has managed to worm its way into our ranks, after all, and to think we owe it all to a human. Even Lanny, looking a little forlorn, turned to where Shen had once stood. "He's not coming back, is he?" she asked, her voice laced with disappointment. Shen, having narrowly escaped the Elven hellhole, was feeling a rare moment of relief. The worst part was behind him. No more creepy elves, no more assassination plans. He could breathe again. Until, of course, the giant skeleton appeared out of the shadows, like some macabre horror movie villain. Shen didn't even hesitate. His blood boiled. "A rotten bag of bones," he muttered under his breath, fists clenched. He marched straight towards the towering skeleton, not bothering to hide the fury in his eyes. How dare the skeleton sit there, all smug and happy, while Shen was out there risking his life, dodging elves, and barely escaping with his skin intact. Meanwhile, the skeleton was, well, having a great time, probably feasting on souls or whatever undead monstrosities do in their free time. The skeleton, however, was too distracted to notice Shen at first. He was just doing his creepy undead thing. But then, when he did spot Shen, his expression shifted. Confusion, then shock. The thing actually spoke. Shen froze. "What the hell?" "You're alive." The skeleton's voice was oddly human. But what really irked Shen wasn't the shock on its face, it was the smugness. The skeleton clearly wasn't sorry, not even close. Shen's blood pressure skyrocketed. This thing, this monstrous bag of bones, had given him the pale shadow crown, hoping that Shen would march straight to his doom. And the kicker? The skeleton was asking how Shen survived. How dare it? "Are you seriously asking me that?" Shen barked, grinding his teeth. "You set me up to die, and now you're just curious about my adventure? Oh, and you want to know everything about it? Well, let me start with this. I nearly died, you scaly nightmare fuel." The skeleton's face, or what passed for a face, twisted in surprise. "You survived?" it asked, like it had just discovered Shen was a cockroach that could withstand an apocalypse. But then, as if it had an epiphany, the skeleton straightened up, his bone fingers snapping like he'd just realized Shen was more valuable than a gold-plated coffin. Well, well, well," it hissed. "If you tell me everything, I'll make it worth your while. An equal exchange, But I'll be honest, you won't regret it." Shen was already pissed, but this was taking the cake. An equal exchange? For what? His soul? His sanity? Was this monster really so arrogant to think a simple contract could make up for nearly sending him to an early grave? Shen folded his arms, shaking his head. "You think you can buy me off with a trinket? What is this, some shady sales pitch for a cursed relic?" The skeleton didn't flinch. Instead, it grinned. Or at least, it tried. A grotesque, bone-rattling thing. "Oh, my naive human, I can offer you more than that." And just when Shen thought this nightmare couldn't get weirder, the skeleton pulled out an orb. A purple orb, glowing with an ominous aura that could make even the bravest warrior question his life choices. Shen didn't know whether to laugh or run. The skeleton wasn't playing around. "This," it said, tossing the orb towards Shen, "is my apology for almost getting you killed. A legacy nightmare crystal." Shen blinked. "What the hell is that?" "This," the skeleton continued, "is the cornerstone of my entire race. Inside it are 3 supreme evolution undead talents. Talents that can merge with your soul and elevate you beyond your mortal limits. You'll gain the power of undead supremacy, effortless strength, and an ability to unleash destruction without even trying. And me? The skeleton chuckled. I'll be living a little longer because, well, I've decided to give this to a human. Shen's eyebrows shot up. This was insane, a human getting a piece of that. A powerful, priceless artifact that the skeleton could only transfer by his will. Now it was being handed to Shen like it was a cheap souvenir from an evil dimension. This was unheard of, ridiculous, and oddly flattering. He wasn't sure if he wanted to laugh or just faint from the absurdity of it all. Shen barely had time to process the purple crystal that had just shattered in his hands before the earth itself seemed to tremble. Out of nowhere, the air grew heavy, thick with an oppressive energy, and there it was. A massive skeleton monster towering over him like a forgotten relic of doom. It wielded a sword that could probably slice through entire mountain ranges, let alone ferocious creatures. Shen stood there, blinking in disbelief as the skeleton, despite looking like something out of a nightmare, was not attacking. Instead, it gently asked, "Pick one. Choose wisely, mortal." Shen, still half convinced he was hallucinating, squinted at the glowing purple orb that had somehow turned into a gigantic, undead bodyguard with an attitude problem. "What are you talking about? I just got handed a creepy stone, and now you want me to pick my death wish?" The monster, entirely unfazed by Shen's sarcasm, pointed at the crystal. "You have 3 choices. Choose an ability, and the power of the undead shall be yours. The first," it paused dramatically, "is the Whisperer of Shadows. Summon the deceased from hell itself. They claw their way up, whisper everything they know, and only then will their souls find peace. Sounds fun, doesn't it?" Shen rubbed his temples. Oh, great, a necromancer hotline. But he wasn't about to let this oversized bag of bones control his choices, so he waited for the next one. "The second is Sanctified Body," the skeleton continued, as though it was reading from some ancient sales brochure. "It makes you invincible for 5 seconds. You'll be a living tank, but only for 5 seconds. After that, well, you're dead again. Doesn't sound too bad, right?" Shen could feel the sarcasm building up in his chest. "Yeah, because nothing says survivor like a 5-second armor. It's like a speed bump for death." "And finally," the skeleton said, with a flourish that could only belong to someone who was way too excited about death magic, "Rebirth of the dead. You can bring back the undead from their graves, their bones, their souls, whatever. Doesn't matter, it's ancient magic. Who wouldn't want to become literally the ultimate necromancer?" Shen paused. He'd be lying if he said Rebirth of the Dead didn't sound tempting, but in the back of his mind, he knew the dead weren't exactly his problem at the moment. The undead already had a nasty habit of showing up uninvited, and the Sanctified Body. Shen wasn't in the mood to dodge death for 5 seconds only to have it laugh in his face. But Whisperer of Shadows? That sounded practical. "Fine, I choose the Whisperer of Shadows," Shen said, figuring that gathering intel from dead people was probably the most useful option for unmasking whoever was out to ruin his day. Maybe he could even make some extra coin on the side, ghost consultations and all. The giant skeleton paused for a moment, almost like it had just witnessed the world's biggest mistake. It stared at Shen, its empty eye sockets glowing with disbelief. "You chose the Whisperer of Shadows. Seriously?" Shen, irritated now, crossed his arms. "What's wrong with it?" The skeleton sighed, his voice like 1,000 rattling bones. "That skill doesn't make you a battle-ready monster, kid. Every undead lord before you chose Rebirth of the Dead. Hell, even a few rare ones picked Sanctified Body. No one picked the Whisperer of Shadows. You're a fool." Shen, not exactly known for listening to advice, shrugged. "Well, guess I'm going to be the first fool to make it work, huh?" With a disgruntled click of its skeletal jaw, the monster relented. Fine, whatever. You're stuck with it now. The green energy from the crystal began seeping into Shen's body, and he instantly felt different, stronger somehow, more attuned to the whispers of the undead, faint voices clawing at the edges of his mind. He could hear them now, murmurs, secrets, and regrets, filling the air with the deafening noise of the lost. Shen frowned. Oh, so now I get to hear the screams of every dead person who's ever had a bad day? Nice. But the skeleton, clearly not impressed, was already shifting focus. Now that you've chosen, tell me, what happened in the Elven territory? I need details, every little piece of it. Shen sighed, leaning against a nearby rock like he'd just been given a bad homework assignment. I survived a deadly assassination plot. My team didn't know what they were doing, and I was supposed to kill some elf queen. Except, it turned out she wasn't the target, and I'm not even sure what happened anymore. The skeleton's skull tilted, its sockets widening in fascination. Wait, the Elven chief wasn't the real target? You've been a decoy all along? It sounded genuinely shocked. You were supposed to assassinate a female Elven chief, not some random elf priest. It paused for a moment, clearly processing the news. And the priest was actually the mightiest of them all? Shen blinked. Wait, what? That guy? But no, hold on. The titles, the spirit of the life tree stuff. Are you saying that priest was important? More than you know, the skeleton said, its voice tinged with amusement. And those 3 undead nightmare nights you were so worried about? Captured by the elves? Can't spy on me now, huh? Shen, still processing this mess of information, couldn't help but wonder where the skeleton was going with this. Okay, cool, but you're getting a little too caught up in your own family drama. What now? Without answering, the skeleton abruptly turned and started moving, slamming its giant sword against the ground like it had a sudden urge to go for a walk. I'm off to the nightmare hallway, it said. Don't worry about it. Just mind your business. Shun stood there, watching the hulking beast retreat into the darkness. For a brief moment, he considered following it, but then decided against it. The skeleton had family issues, that much was clear. Suddenly, he received a system notification that practically slapped him across the face with its absurdity. You have unlocked the evaluation title, Ali, the notification gleefully announced. Shen could almost hear the smugness oozing from the screen as it went on to explain this new title, which would let him hypnotize any target into thinking they were on the same side as him. In other words, with just a few words, we're on the same side. Shen could make people forget they were being played like pawns in a twisted game. The catch? It could only be used once per day. Oh, and if his target had stats that were double his, they could resist it. But whatever, Shen thought. He was absolutely going to use that on the next person who got on his nerves. But then, as if the universe was trying to make up for all the dark, sadistic twists, the system hit him with another notification. This time, it was about some mundane-looking bracelet called the Nature's Blessing. Shen was ready to dismiss it as yet another useless trinket when, bam, the system casually dropped the bombshell that it was excellent quality. Apparently, this bracelet was a rare item that could enhance his mental strength. Shen squinted at it, half expecting the bracelet to start glowing with cosmic energy, like some kind of magical key to godhood. But no, it just looked like a string of beads. Whoop-de-doo. Whatever, he thought. He could always use a little extra mental strength. He was going to need it after dealing with all the idiots around here. After a few hours of whatever it was he was doing in the meantime, mostly staring at his bracelet like it was some kind of cursed souvenir, it was finally time for Shen and his friend to perform. First up, Hao Yu. The announcer called him to the stage and the crowd erupted in applause. Shen couldn't help but cheer for his friend. Stay cool, bro. he called out, throwing in an enthusiastic thumbs up, even though he knew it was just a formality. Everyone already knew Hao Yu was fast, but Shen didn't mind giving him a little moral support. Hao Yu, ever the show-off, turned around to give Shen a smirk. "Thanks for the hype, man." And that's when it all went sideways. The ground beneath him suddenly exploded with a splash of blue ink, sending the poor guy into a comically slow, dramatic faceplant as the ink jet sniped him right in the head. The crowd burst into uncontrollable laughter, practically pointing at him. Hao Yu, looking like a fool, could only mumble a weak, I wasn't expecting that." The instructor, trying to stifle his own chuckles, announced, "You got 71 points, kid. You almost finished, but maybe next time leave the showboating to the pros, all right? Consider yourself lucky that this isn't the actual high school entrance exam. Otherwise, I'd be giving you a 0 for a lack of common sense." Shen couldn't help but snicker despite feeling bad for his friend. But hey, if you're gonna strut like a peacock, you've gotta be ready for a little inkjet slap, right? Then it was Shen's turn. The instructor barely managed to hide his bored expression as he shouted, "Next!" Shen didn't wait for a second invitation. He was ready to show off, and this was his chance. With a wild grin, he took off like a missile, dashing through the course like he was defying the laws of physics. Ink splashed around him, but nothing could touch him. He was gliding through the course like he was skating on buttered ice. The crowd couldn't even track his movement. All they saw was a blur of speed and grace. Inside Shen's mind, it was a different story. "Oh, this is too easy," he thought with a smirk. He was dodging ink jets like they were nothing, slow as snails compared to his newfound speed. He even threw in a little fancy footwork for good measure, just to let everyone know he was doing this with a little style. The deer walk technique? Oh, he was practically dancing through the whole thing. The final stretch was a joke. He finished in a flash, not even breaking a sweat. As he finished the course, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. "Nailed it," he muttered to himself, but it wasn't over yet. Over at the side, a few higher-ups were watching his performance. Shen couldn't resist overhearing their conversation. One of them, the headmaster, took a long drag from his cigarette. "This kid's good. I heard he missed the first exam due to some cursed incident, but his agility's top-notch. He might actually have potential." The second man, who Shen could tell was some kind of big-shot manager, raised an eyebrow. "If he scores high on the mental aptitude portion, I might consider him. But don't think for a second that I'm settling for anything less than perfection." Shen's ear perked up. Mental aptitude? That was his weak spot. His mental power was, let's be honest, average at best. If this test was about smarts, he was toast. But whatever. He had a feeling he'd make up for it in other ways. Maybe he'd impress them enough with his agility that they'd overlook his subpar brain power. Or maybe they'd just lower the bar. Who knew? But the manager wasn't playing that game. "I only want perfect scores. Schoolyard," taking another puff from his cigarette, completely oblivious to the chaos he was about to unleash on Shen's already delicate mental state. Shen, ever the misunderstood genius, had just aced the agility test. Perfect scores, of course, because why wouldn't he? After all, running around like a hyperactive squirrel is practically his default setting now. But just as the instructor began sobbing, announcing to the whole school that Shen would have been enrolled in a top-tier high school if he hadn't skipped the first exam, Shen, being the model of a calm composure, simply patted the poor guy on the back. "Hey, don't cry, man. I'm not giving up just yet." Yeah, because nothing says I'm not giving up like the sound of a grown man sobbing over your success. But Shen, ever the soothing presence, let the instructor have his emotional moment. Shen wasn't even fazed, yet. Then it was time for lunch, which meant a brief respite from the emotional roller coaster, and the announcement rang out, "You've got a break. Eat, rest, do whatever you want. Of course, Hao Yu, being Hao Yu, came bounding over with that idiot grin of his. Perfect score! You've got to be kidding me. Let's go grab some stir-fry to celebrate, yeah? Shen, without missing a beat, gave Hao Yu the kind of deadpan look only a true friend can give. Sure, after you take a shower, you smell like something died in your shoes. Real friends are brutal. Then Shen decided he needed some space, so he made his way to his classroom to pretend he was going to read. Spoiler, he wasn't reading. His brain was in overdrive trying to process the magical curriculum of this world. Math? Fine. Physics? Sure. Chemistry? Yeah, whatever. But this magical crap? His brain felt like it was doing an all-nighter in a parallel dimension while trying to juggle flaming swords. It was like trying to memorize a novel in a language you don't speak, except someone keeps throwing fireballs at you for not getting the punctuation right. Shen was one bad dream away from a mental breakdown, but then, just when he thought he could take a breath, bam! A ferocious kick landed right into his side. Ah, Ming, the gift that just kept giving. Ming was back, and this time Ming was angry. Apparently, the scuffle from last time wasn't over, because, you know, a pretty girl and the overwhelming desire to beat the snot out of Shen just wouldn't die down. Ming, with all the grace of a toddler throwing a tantrum, growled, "The fight between us is still not over." Shen raised an eyebrow. "Wait, did that trashy girl send you after me again?" Ming's response was the kind of unhinged logic only Ming could conjure. "No, I decided to help her even without her asking. I'm just that desperate." Well, who could argue with that kind of dedication? Ming had apparently leveled up to 2 strength, and this was now some personal mission to settle the score. Shen, who was clearly not in the mood, was too busy wondering how his stats could possibly keep up with this idiotic showdown. It didn't take long for Shen to activate his newly acquired ally title, which he quickly deployed to quell the drama. Why all this tension, guys? We're on the same team here. He barely had to finish the sentence before the entire group went into full friend mode. Apparently, for 10 seconds, they were all just a bunch of happy little puppies ready to be pals. Ming, who had just been about to throw down, blinked in confusion. What the hell were they even fighting about again? A pretty girl. Oh yeah, that was it. Shen stood there grinning as the idiots forgot why they were ready to tear each other apart. But just as Shin breathed a sigh of relief, the title's effect wore off. The 10 seconds expired, and guess what? The brainless knuckleheads immediately snapped back to their violent tendencies. Ming lunged forward, ready to knock Shin's block off, and that's when Shin's stomach dropped. He realized, only once per day, huh? Yeah, he'd just wasted his magic friendship speech on a bunch of idiots, and now he had nothing left to stop them from destroying him. A sudden system notification popped up, and Shen snatched at it like it was a life raft. Apparently, the ally title had granted him 3 attribute points, which he immediately dumped into his strength. And hold on, what was this? A new notification asking if he wanted to reallocate 1 attribute point from agility to strength? Well, that sounded delicious. A true powerhouse. All in one swoop. With a manic grin, Shun decided to redistribute his points. Goodbye, agility. Hello, raw power. He could practically feel the weight of his muscles increasing as he channeled the energy into his biceps. He was a warrior now. A warrior. Just as he finished the mental reshuffle, one of the bullies, apparently not getting the memo, grabbed Shen from behind, trying to make him face Ming. Come on, fight him like a true warrior. Oh, Shen was more than ready to give them a true warrior moment. Ming, who had been expecting Shun to fold like a paper crane, was the one who folded instead. When the big bully threw a punch at Shen, Shen didn't flinch. But Ming, oh poor Ming, wasn't so lucky. The punch landed right on Shen, and before anyone could blink, Ming was howling in agony as his fingers shattered into a mangled mess of broken bones. Shen, now radiating an almost terrifying calm, finally grasped the full extent of his newfound power. Attribute enhancement wasn't just a buff, it was a full-on upgrade package. Every part of his body, his bones, muscles, veins, organs, and even his spleen, for all he knew, was now built to tank hits and dish out destruction like a walking apocalypse. He turned his icy gaze toward Ming, who was trembling so hard it was like his knees were trying to perform a tap dance. Shen's voice, sharp and steady, cut through the silence like a razor. With the entrance exams around the corner, you decided to gather everyone here just to stir up trouble. You're so eager to ruin someone else's future, even though I've already missed one subject. Truly inspirational behavior. The sarcasm in his tone made even the unbroken students flinch. He moved closer, each step echoing like a death knell. With terrifying ease, Shen grabbed Ming by the neck and lifted him off the ground, like he was plucking a particularly annoying weed. If it were the old me or anyone else, you would have beaten them to a pulp, wouldn't you? Shen's voice dropped an octave, becoming a growl. Destroyed their future over a single missed exam. You people deserve to rot. Ming, pale as a ghost, stammered through his fear. Shen, we were wrong. Please forgive us. It won't happen again. Shen tilted his head, his expression dripping with faux concern. Oh, forgive you? Sure, but first... With a swift, calculated motion, Shen kicked Ming so hard that he went flying into the back row like a discount stunt double in a kung fu movie. Desks and chairs clattered like dominoes, and the classroom erupted into chaos. Screams and the sound of collapsing furniture filled the room, echoing like a battlefield. The test instructor burst into the classroom, halting abruptly like they'd walked into a war zone. Their face paled at the scene. Blood splattered on the floor. Students sprawled out like extras in a disaster film, and Shin standing in the middle, looking like the villain of this story. Tears welled up in Shun's eyes. Oh, this was going to be good. He walked toward the teacher with an Oscar-worthy performance of vulnerability. In a soft, trembling voice, he said, "Teacher, they've been bullying me. You finally came." The room collectively froze. Even the half-dead students exchanged looks of disbelief. One of them muttered, "Bullying you? Bro, you turned us into a crime scene." Xiao, watching quietly from the corner, raised an eyebrow, secretly impressed. "I underestimated him. He's gotten way stronger than I thought," she mused, her expression neutral. But as Shen casually cracked his knuckles, she pulled out her phone and quickly typed a text. "Task complete." Ochi, her best friend, leaned over and whispered, "Do you regret it now? Shen's gotten so strong. Maybe if you hadn't ditched him back then." Xiao's lips curved into a faint, bitter smile as she replayed the past in her mind. If I'd stayed with him, encouraged him, maybe things would have been different, she thought. But then she shook her head, shutting down the moment of doubt. It doesn't matter now. 7 or 8 injured students? He's done for. There's no way he'll even make it to the exams. Mission accomplished. He's a culprit now, and my future still bright. Just then, Xiao noticed Ming glaring at her with wild, desperate eyes, like a drowning man reaching for a rock to drag down with him. A shiver ran down her spine. "Oh no, don't do it, you idiot." "Ming," she whispered harshly, trying to avoid the growing stares. "Don't look at me like that, don't say anything, shut up." But Ming, ever this reckless fool, croaked, "Xiao." The room turned into an audience at a soap opera, all eyes snapping to Xiao. For a moment she froze, and then, like a true professional, she burst into tears. Choking on her sobs, she fumbled for her phone. "No, Ming, Shen actually did this to you. Hi, I'll call the police right now. Shen stared at her dumbfounded. Is she for real? Theatrics like this and she's not in drama club. The teacher, looking absolutely done with life, sighed and waved everyone off. All right, everyone out except Shen. Shen, with a resigned shrug, muttered, "Here we go again," as he followed the teacher to the office. The hallway was dimly lit, lined with posters of school achievements that no one cared about, and the faint hum of fluorescent lights echoed above. The principal strolled along with Supervisor Chen, trying his best to hide the desperation in his voice. "Old Chen, you've got to admit, our students are amazing. Just sign a few of them. Come on, for old time's sake." Principal's smile was so strained it could have been printed on a discount cardboard cutout. Supervisor Chen glanced at him, unimpressed. "Old friend, it's not that I don't want to help, but they don't meet the group's minimum requirements. What am I supposed to do, hire mediocrity and call it charity?" He checked his watch and sighed. "Anyway, I've got better things to attend to, so I'll—" Suddenly, the tranquility of their leisurely stroll was shattered as a teacher sprinted toward them, panting like he'd just outrun a pack of wolves. "Principal! Principal!" he wheezed, waving his phone like it was a winning lottery ticket. "Shen and Ming got into a fight, and the police are here." The principal froze mid-step, his first instinct being to roll his eyes. "A fight? Between middle schoolers? That's what you're panicking about. What's next, a paper airplane emergency?" The teacher, still catching his breath, shook his head furiously. "No, sir, this is different. Look!" He shoved his phone under the principal's nose, hitting play on the video. The initial seconds of the video seemed like typical schoolyard chaos. Shouting, a scuffle, a toppled chair. But then the scene escalated. Shen, with the casual precision of a seasoned action star, lifted Ming by the neck like he was some misbehaving kitten. Desks flew, chairs shattered, and the camera caught Ming's trajectory as he crash-landed into a pile of rubble in the back row. The principal's jaw dropped. "What the—" Supervisor Chen leaned over, his curiosity piqued. "Let me see that." By the time the video ended, both men stood there in stunned silence. Finally, Supervisor Chen smirked. "Well, that's one way to make an impression. Does this Shen kid always come with his own action movie soundtrack?" Before the principal could respond, the hallway filled with the distinct sound of authoritative footsteps. The police had arrived, and their lead officer approached Shen, who stood in the middle of the chaos like a protagonist who had definitely not asked for this. The officer furrowed his brow, holding up a phone with the same video playing on loop. "Shen, do you always record your fights in HD? Or is this a new hobby?" Shen, utterly unbothered, replied calmly, "I was afraid they might kill me." The officer blinked. "Kill you?" He pointed to the video where Ming was currently being airmailed across the classroom. "Kid, they almost got killed by you." The room fell silent as everyone processed that. Even the principal pinched the bridge of his nose. This was going to be a long day. Despite the video clearly showing Shen's self-control, if you could call rearranging someone's skeletal structure well-controlled, the officer wasn't letting him off the hook. "There's still an investigation to be done. Shen, you're coming with us. We'll wait for the injury assessments, but you're not off the hook yet." At that moment, Shen's teacher, who had been anxiously pacing, stepped forward. "Officer, this child has already missed one important exam due to personal circumstances. If you take him away now, he'll miss another. There's video evidence. What more do you need?" The debate grew heated, voices rising as the tension thickened. Meanwhile, Shen, completely unfazed, was in his own world, tinkering with his attributes. If there was one thing he learned, it was to adapt quickly, and right now, the only thing on his mind was how to better control his newfound strength. Suddenly, the principal entered the fray, his tone both scolding and resigned. Shen, you're lucky you recorded that video. Without it, their injuries would have been enough to get you expelled. His face twisted into a mix of disappointment and begrudging admiration. Supervisor Chen, however, seemed oddly amused. Your physical abilities are extraordinary, Shen, but fighting classmates, it's meaningless. Still, he paused, walking closer to Shen with an assessing gaze. His tone shifted, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. You've been holding back, haven't you? You controlled your strength during the fight. Shen nodded. I didn't want to kill them. Chen smiled, a rare, almost predatory expression, and handed Shen a sleek business card. I'm Chen Rusian, regional manager of the Human Martial Arts Group. The room collectively froze. Even Shen, usually calm, felt a flicker of awe. Chen continued, his voice steady and confident. Our group specializes in martial arts legacies, combat systems, and resources for ordinary people to step into the extraordinary. Shen stared at the card, his mind spinning. This was no small offer. Joining the Human Martial Arts Group wasn't just a career path, it was a ticket to an entirely different future. When Shen finally recognized Chen's demeanor, he felt a surge of awe. This man, simply by standing there, gave off an impenetrable aura. No matter how Shen adjusted his attributes, it seemed impossible to touch him even a little. As Shen mulled over the possibilities, Supervisor Chen's gaze remained fixed on him, unflinching and almost calculating. The smart brain system analyzed your strength to be at least 4.5. Care to confirm that? Shen hesitated briefly before answering. It's 5. The principal's jaw dropped. The PE teacher, who had been lurking silently, let out a strangled gasp. Strength? 5? Chen's smile widened. Remarkable. With a strength of 5, you're already exceeding our evaluation threshold. Shen, your potential is limitless. Shen also surprised. Strength 5, is that really that high? Chen nodded. Usually in middle school, a strength of 4.5 is enough to pass our group's evaluation. Your strength of 5, well, it's more than impressive. With that, you could operate powered armor, wield damaged ancient weapons, and more. Supervisor Chen, still holding on to the remnants of his professional poise, continued with a barely suppressed grin. Shen, he said, his voice layered with authority and amusement. You scored full marks in the body movement simulation test. That alone allows me to directly recommend you to join our human martial arts group. He paused, savoring the moment like a connoisseur of chaos. And to sweeten the deal, I'll arrange for you to retake the strength test. Shen's eyebrows shot up. Retake the strength test, isn't that usually impossible? Chen chuckled, leaning back ever so slightly, his confidence oozing like someone who held all the cards. It is impossible for most people, but exceptions are made for geniuses. Shen's heart raced like it was competing in an Olympic sprint. Opportunities like this didn't just knock. They barged in, flipped the table, and demanded attention. He nodded decisively, his inner turmoil masked by an air of calm. I'll do it, he said, his voice firm. But Chen wasn't done. His tone turned curious, almost playful. By the way, what's your mental power? Shen blinked, caught off guard. Mental power? Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, I mean, your strength and agility are already up to standard, so this won't affect the evaluation. I'm just personally curious. Shen hesitated. He didn't want to make himself seem too overpowered, lest he attract more trouble than he could handle. It's 3, he said carefully. Chen's reaction was almost comical. His cigarette, precariously perched between his fingers, nearly hit the floor. 3, he exclaimed, his voice a mix of disbelief and awe. The room collectively froze. Even the police officers exchanged glances, their professionalism momentarily forgotten. Chen wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, his excitement barely contained. Shen, do you even realize what that means? A mental power of 3 is already enough to control objects with your mind. That's practically unheard of at your level. Shen tilted his head, still processing. Wait, what does that mean exactly? Chen gestured toward a chair in the corner, his voice brimming with anticipation. It means you can probably move that chair. Go on. Try it. Shen hesitated for only a moment before quickly reallocating his attributes to boost his mental power. His gaze locked onto the chair like a predator sizing up its prey. He pointed a single finger. The chair wobbled, then it slid a few centimeters across the floor, the sound of its legs scraping against the tiles, echoing in the silent room. Finally, it came to a steady stop. The room fell into stunned silence. No one moved. No one spoke. They just stared at the chair as if it had performed a magic trick on its own. One of the police officers broke the spell, signaling his team to pack up their equipment. Another officer frowned in confusion. Why are we leaving? Shouldn't we? The captain silenced him with a sharp look. What else do you want to do? That student, Shen, with a strength of 5, perfect body movement, agility over 4, and a mental power of 3. Do you even understand what that means? The officer shook his head dumbly. It means he's about to soar. A civilian genius like him is beyond what we can handle. Let's go. Chen, meanwhile, looked like he had just hit the jackpot. His grin stretched wider than it probably should have. Shen, he said, practically vibrating with excitement. Your physical strength, body movement, agility, and now mental power. It's almost like you were tailor-made for greatness. Shen stood there, still a little shell-shocked, but he couldn't deny the flicker of pride rising within him. Chen's tone softened, a touch of seriousness seeping through. Shen, what is your life goal? Shen blinked, the question catching him off guard. After a moment of thought, he answered honestly, Honestly, Mr. Chen, your name is my ideal. Chen laughed heartily, the sound filling the room. That's just the basic goal. I want to know, what do you really desire in your heart? Shen's eyes darkened slightly, a flicker of determination crossing his face. At the very least, he said, his voice firm, I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to protect myself and my family. I think that would be good enough. Chen's gaze flickered with approval, the kind of look a mentor gives to a student who finally understands the lesson. Then, he said, his tone steady and reassuring, you're closer to your dream than you've ever been. Chen rushed in, brimming with confidence and exuding an aura of unshakable dominance, pointed a finger at Shen. Come, attack me. Shen scoffed, incredulous. Attack you? Teach you, old pervert. Chen's laugh bellowed out like thunder. No, no, no. Not with words, Shen, with your fists. Shen didn't need to be told twice. He shifted his attributes to strength, his muscles tightening, veins practically singing with energy. This would be satisfying. He readied his punch and threw it with all the power of a newly minted superhuman, only for his fist to stop dead in its tracks. Not because Chen blocked it. Oh no, Chen didn't even flinch. Shen felt like his entire body had been wrapped in an invisible straitjacket. He couldn't move a muscle, frozen mid-punch, looking like an unfortunate statue of misplaced aggression. Chen smirked, clearly enjoying Shen's confusion. This, he explained, his tone bordering on smug, is a technique designed to restrain attackers. If you learn it, you'll be able to protect yourself from anyone. Shen gritted his teeth but quickly caught on. This wasn't just Chen showing off, well, maybe it was, but it was also an invitation. I want to learn it, Shen said firmly, swallowing his pride. Chen's smile widened, pleased with the response. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a handgun. Shen's eyes widened. Mr. Chen, I think you've misunderstood what teaching means. Before Shen could finish, Chen calmly aimed the gun at his own head. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Shen's jaw dropped as the bullet sped toward Chen's temple, and then it just stopped. The bullet hovered there, frozen midair, as if held by some divine hand. With a casual wave, Chen flicked it away like a bothersome fly. "This," Chen said, as if he hadn't just defied the laws of physics, "is one of the secret techniques within our group. It can defend against all sorts of projectile attacks, even sniper rifles." Shen's heart skipped a beat. For the first time, he wasn't just impressed, he was in awe. He had seen power before, but this was something else. Chen wasn't just strong, he was untouchable. Chen, seeing the awe in Shen's eyes, struck while the iron was hot. "Now," he said, his voice low and persuasive, "I officially invite you to join our Hidden Dragon program." Chen blinked. "Hidden Dragon?" Chen nodded, his tone suddenly serious. "It's the crown jewel of our organization, a star student cultivation plan. We'll recommend you to the top 3 high schools in the world, but before that, you'll need to pass their special entrance exams. These aren't your average middle school tests. They're designed to separate the extraordinary from the mediocre. Ordinary people have no chance of even qualifying. These exams have long been monopolized by noble families." The words hit Shen like a sledgehammer. Noble families. His grandfather flashed in his mind, a man tied to one of these elite clans. His own family had been cast out, left to struggle in obscurity, while the noble lineage remained untouched and unreachable. Chen continued, "If you fail the exams, don't worry. We'll secure a spot for you in a prestigious high school regardless. And if you pass, the group will provide you with every resource you need to succeed. Top-tier universities, unparalleled training, and when the time comes, a chance to return to us with the best treatment imaginable." Shen's heart raced. The weight of Chen's offer wasn't just an opportunity, it was a lifeline, a way out of the obscurity and powerlessness that had defined his family's fall from grace. "I accept," Shen said without hesitation, his voice steady and resolute. Chen nodded, satisfied. He handed Shen an electronic document. "This is your contract. Read it, sign it, and provide your fingerprint." Shen quickly skimmed the document. Everything seemed legitimate. But just as he was about to sign, he froze, his brows furrowed. "Wait, I'm a minor. Doesn't this need my parents' signature?" Chen, ever the smooth operator, didn't miss a beat. "I anticipated that." He straightened his jacket and flashed a confident smile. "I'll accompany you to your home. We'll get your parents' signature immediately. I can't risk another organization poaching you." Before Shen could respond, Chen was gone, moving at a speed that defied logic and left Shen standing there, mouth agape. When Shen arrived at the corridor, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Chen Russian disappearing at the end of the hallway like a puff of smoke. He blinked twice. "Gone already? This guy moves faster than my GPA dropping after midterms," Shen muttered under his breath. He couldn't help but marvel. Chen Russian wasn't just powerful. He was unnervingly efficient, like a walking action movie that skipped the boring dialogue. As Shen processed what had just happened, the principal and his teacher approached him like kids sneaking a peek at Christmas presents. Their faces were plastered with cautious optimism, as though Shen had just negotiated a deal with a god and survived. "So, how did it go?" the principal asked, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope. Shen, trying not to roll his eyes, replied matter-of-factly, "It's done. I signed the contract. Chen Russian's on his way to my house now to seal the deal with my parents." The reaction was instantaneous. The principal and teacher erupted into a joyous frenzy, practically doing a 2-person conga line in the hallway. "This is it. This will make our school the talk of the town," the principal exclaimed, as though Shen's enrollment in the Hidden Dragon program had single-handedly secured the school's reputation for the next century. Shen watched their over-the-top celebration and muttered, "Glad to see I've become the school mascot." Just then, his phone buzzed, cutting through the moment. He glanced at the screen. An unfamiliar number. Shen hesitated for a beat before answering. "Hello," a stern voice on the other end greeted him. "Shen, this is Officer Luo Feihuan. We've uncovered some new clues about the incident that night. I need you to come to the station." When Shen arrived at the police station, a strange unease washed over him. It wasn't the usual "I don't belong here" feeling. It was something deeper, like an itch he couldn't scratch. As Officer Luo escorted him into his office, the air felt heavier, charged with an inexplicable tension. Luo gestured for Shen to sit before pulling out a photograph and sliding it across the table. This photo was taken recently near the hospital. There's been a lot of chatter about strange occurrences there. Someone handed us this photo. It shows a suspicious man on the rooftop across from the hospital on the night of your incident. Do you recognize him? Shen leaned forward, examining the image on the tablet. The man in the photo had a hood pulled low over his face, his figure blurred, but his posture gave the impression of someone performing a ritual, or trying to. Shen shook his head. "Never seen him before," he lied smoothly. Luo's brows furrowed. "Experts believe this man was attempting to activate something." "Shen, did you have anything unusual with you that night?" The question hit Shen like a truck. His mind raced, heart pounding in his chest. Cold sweat began to form on his back. Luo's words made too much sense. This man had likely been trying to activate the cursed statue of the king of fallen evil spirits. Shen's fingers tightened into fists beneath the table. If Luo was right, then the statue had been a magnet for disaster. But the statue was gone, reduced to ashes, and the man had escaped. There was no use dragging himself into this mess any further. Shen forced himself to remain calm. "Nothing unusual," he said casually. "Just an ordinary night. Nothing changed after that." Luo studied him intently, his gaze sharp and thoughtful. Strange. Did you experience any unusual sensations? Like suffocation, loss of control, or unconsciousness?" Shen tensed, his mind screaming, "Why does he know that?" Luo's question seemed to suggest he knew more than he let on. The unease Shen had felt since entering the office deepened, morphing into something primal. It felt like there was something lurking. Shen couldn't shake the feeling that the very room they sat in was watching, waiting. Something invisible, something dangerous. Shen feigning an epiphany, exclaiming with exaggerated enthusiasm, "Oh wait, I remember now, my backpack was open. But I definitely zipped it up before leaving school." His performance deserved an award, if only for the sheer overacting. Luo Feihuan narrowed his eyes and asked, voice low and deliberate, "Did you check your backpack?" Shen shrugged, keeping his face calm. "Nope, didn't check it," he lied smoothly, but internally his brain was on high alert. "What's with that raised hand, Captain? Are you about to smite me?" Paranoia crept in as Shen discreetly allocated all his attributes to agility, ready to dart out the door like a caffeinated squirrel if Luo made the slightest move. The problem? Luo's stats were undoubtedly leagues ahead of his. Shen was gearing up for a fight he probably couldn't win. The backup plan? Run like hell. He subtly lifted his foot toward the door, rehearsing the choreography of his hypothetical escape in his head. But just as he was about to make his move, the office's landline shattered the tension with a shrill ring. The sound was so sudden that Shen almost bolted right then and there, his agility upgrade nearly sending him flying through the window. "This is my chance," Shen thought, standing slowly. "Captain, I'll just step out while you—" "No need," Luo said sharply, picking up the receiver and cutting off Shen's escape route like a villain in a B-movie. Shen froze, every nerve on edge. Then a chilling voice crackled through the phone. It wasn't the polite, bureaucratic type of police call. No, This one went straight for the jugular. "Luo Feikwon, you're going to die soon." The room descended into an eerie silence, broken only by the voice's sinister tone. Shen's eyes widened as a crimson glow suddenly appeared on Luo's chest, the kind of glow that screamed, "Bad things are happening. Run!" "What the hell?" Shen muttered, watching in morbid fascination. Luo's expression darkened. "Damn it," he hissed, muttering to himself. "Is he right outside the station?" Without missing a beat, Luo launched himself through the window like a character in an action movie, shards of glass raining down as the station's alarms erupted into chaos. "Intruder detected," blared the loudspeakers, the robotic voice sounding both ominous and slightly annoyed. "Non-combat personnel, find cover." Shen, meanwhile, cautiously approached the shattered window, peering out. Instead of the bustling cityscape he expected, there was only an endless, surreal ocean stretching out before him. Okay, now the world's just showing off. A man stood on the shoreline, his presence radiating malice. Shen squinted. Was that the guy from the photo? No, this one was different. Sunglasses Man was nowhere to be seen. The man roared, his voice echoing across the watery expanse. "Luo Feikwon, you killed members of our church. I've come to avenge them." Luo, floating effortlessly on the water like some kind of smug deity, shouted back, "Can't this wait? I'm busy." The attacker snarled, his hands glowing with a technique Shen couldn't even begin to identify. "Your life will be explanation enough." Shen's brain was running laps. Church, vengeance, magic ocean. Why do I always end up in the middle of this nonsense? But before he could piece anything together, the scene blurred. Just like that, Shen was back in the office, staring at the broken window. The ocean, Luo, the attacker, gone? His heart sank. Did Luo get stuck in that cursed water dimension? As the room fell into silence, a strange sensation crept over Shen. It was as though the air itself was holding its breath. Something was wrong. His instincts screamed at him. "If you're human, show yourself," Shen shouted, his voice wavering despite his best effort to sound confident. The room remained still, but then a voice whispered, soft and chilling, "Thank you, Shen." Shen jumped, his anxiety skyrocketing. "Who's there?" The voice chuckled, echoing eerily. "I never thought I could return to my body, using this still intact shell to answer your question." Shen's heart raced as he turned toward the cabinet. The voice was coming from inside. "Oh, come on. A haunted cabinet? Really?" Summoning every ounce of courage, or maybe stupidity, Shen opened the cabinet door. Inside was Luo Feikwon, bound tightly with ropes, looking more annoyed than scared. "Captain Luo, what the hell is going on?" Shen demanded, his voice rising. Luo sighed, clearly unimpressed with Shen's panic. "The guy in the photo with the sunglasses, he's the one who killed me. He's an assassin and I'm a special forces soldier. I need powerful equipment to fight effectively, but he caught me off guard. My weapon malfunctioned and he used that moment to take me out. After I died, he disguised himself as me to lure you here." Shen's jaw dropped. "Wait, so you're dead?" "Yes," Luo snapped, glaring. "But thanks to your necromantic ability, I'm stuck here answering your questions instead of resting in peace." Shen ignored the sarcasm, his mind racing. What was his goal? Luo shook his head. "Oh, not sure, but he wanted something from you. In my guess, he's after answers." Shen felt a chill. The cursed statue. He must want to know why I survived. Before Shen could say anything, he explained the rest of what had happened. The fake you. Yeah, he got taken away by some lunatic in colorful pajamas who used a weird technique. The outside turned into an ocean for a while, but now everything's back to normal. Except, it isn't. Shen stared at Luo Feikwon, trying to process the captain's ominous words. His mind was already juggling too many horrifying revelations when Luo added, like a bartender pouring one last fatal shot, the prey disguised as the hunter. But it doesn't know there's an even greater danger lurking behind the hunter. Oh, fantastic. So now we're stacking dangers like pancakes, Shen muttered, his sarcasm reflex kicking in. But Luo ignored the quip and continued in that unnervingly calm tone. What you saw wasn't a technique, it was an anomaly. Anomaly? Shen echoed, narrowing his eyes. He didn't like the sound of that word. It had the ring of a headache wrapped in a nightmare. Luo explained, other worlds sometimes link to ours. They surround, erode, and take over areas, or in some cases, individuals. These events are called anomalies. Above anomalies, there are even more devastating phenomena known as calamities. Okay, now you're just inventing new ways for me to die, Shen said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What's a calamity? A really angry cloud? A pissed-off tree? Luo's expression darkened. Calamities are when powerful creatures from other worlds arrive here using certain methods. Their arrival almost always causes catastrophic disasters. Shen was about to retort when Luo dropped a bombshell. Once, in Jionian City, there was an unprecedented earthquake. It flattened the entire city. Shen froze. Wait, an earthquake? Like a natural disaster earthquake? Luo's grim expression answered the question before his words did. No, it was a typical calamity. Over 1.3 million people perished, not a single survivor. Shen's stomach churned. You know, you really have a talent for bedtime stories, he said, his voice shaky despite the sarcasm. But Luo wasn't laughing. His brows furrowed as he said, we don't have much time. The anomaly you witnessed is just the mildest type, and it has a time limit. But the assassin? He might return at any moment. Shen's heart sank. Oh, great. So my options are anomaly-induced doom or getting skewered by Sunglasses Man. Where do I sign up for a refund on life? Luo, apparently immune to Shen's growing panic, pointed toward the door. Go immediately to the weapons storage room on the 3rd floor. There's a silver wall outside the room. Input the password there. Password? Shen asked. There's a special pen hanging on the wall. Write the password with it, and the truth will be reported. You'll receive protection. Time is limited. This is your only chance to survive. Go quickly. As Luo finished his instructions, Shen heard the dreaded system prompt. The other party has shared everything with you. Their soul has now departed. Shen turned back to Luo only to find the captain's body slumped lifelessly in the cabinet. His soul had left just as the system said. Shen clenched his fists, anger and despair battling for control. No wonder the other officers avoided my case like it was a cursed lottery ticket. Even the police chief ended up dead. In this world, power was the only thing that mattered. Without it, you weren't even an afterthought. You were just someone else's tragedy waiting to happen. Shen glanced at the crumpled paper with the password, his grip tightening. Expose the assassin? Ha! What's the point? They'd kill me before I finished my first sentence. They're probably in the station right now, sipping coffee and waiting to slit my throat. The only thing he could do was follow Luo's final words. Shen silently vowed, Officer Luo, I swear I'll make them pay for what they did to you. But first, I need to survive. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the room. Shen, are you in there? Called a voice from outside, eerily calm. There's been an anomaly. Everyone needs to gather downstairs for testing. The door clicked open and in waddled Officer Wang, built like a fridge but with the authority of a vending machine. He barely squeezed through the frame before barking, Shen, come on out. There's been an attack. Everyone needs to head to the cybernetic central system for scanning immediately." The other officer at the door gave a crisp nod, already turning to leave. "Yes, sir, Captain Wang." Wang, however, had other plans. Adjusting his hat like some corrupt noir detective, he grinned, showing off a set of teeth that had definitely seen better days. "I know you're scared, but as long as Sergeant Luo was the one taken by that spell, you're safe. Besides, we're all cops here. We'll take good care of you." Then, as if someone had just flipped a switch from friendly neighborhood uncle Tunhinged killer, Wang's face twisted into something more sinister. His gaze darted around the room before locking on to the now empty cupboard. His voice dropped to an icy growl. "The body's been moved. Was it you, then?" Suddenly, the man leaped into the air like an overfed acrobat on steroids. He bounced off the ceiling, flipped twice, and landed on the desk in a dramatic pose that screamed, "I watch too many action movies." "I have searched the entire room," Wang declared, chest puffed out, "but there's nothing. Did he run?" Wang muttered something under his breath before sneering. "Pathetic. Unlike you lot, I am not so useless." "Ah, so this one was an assassin too. Great, just great. Was anyone in this police station actually a cop?" Shun was beginning to doubt it. Wang yanked out his communicator and barked, "All units, I have strong reason to suspect Shun's involvement in this incident. Issue a city-wide alert. Apprehend him on sight." A crackled reply came from the other end. "Yes, sir." Then, with all the dramatic flair of a Saturday morning cartoon villain, Wang marched out of the room. The second he was gone, the intercom blared, "Cybernetic Central System has completed its environmental scan. Everyone, please assemble at the plaza outside the hall for inspection." A second later, a shimmering dimensional door flickered into existence. Shen, still crouched inside, slowly pushed it open and peeked out. "Are they gone?" he muttered to himself. "Yep, coast clear." Shen exhaled, shaking his head. As I suspected, the killer had accomplices. Big surprise. It wasn't paranoia if everyone really was out to get you. He turned toward the broken window, his mind racing. He had two options: hide in the nightmare realm until things blew over, or risk everything to expose these bastards and give them exactly what they deserved. It wasn't much of a choice, really. Shun cracked his knuckles, steeling himself. I could hide, but that would mean losing my chance to take these killers down. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the window and launched himself out, grabbing onto the nearest pipe. His fingers burned as he climbed, muscles straining against the cold metal. I have to get to the third floor and report everything. Shen finally reached the third floor. He launched himself through the window, rolling into a crouch like some kind of action hero, only to immediately come face to face with a locked metallic door. This is it. Got to hurry and enter the code on the wall. He rushed to the panel, fingers moving fast. That was when he heard it. I knew I heard something up here. Shen froze. A single bead of sweat slid down his temple. That voice. That damn voice. And then, out of the shadows, emerged Officer Wang, or as Shen now preferred to call him, Fat Murder McBackstab. Wang's lips curled into a smug smirk. Well, if it isn't Shen, what are you doing here? Shen's brain did an emergency reboot, and before he could think, words just fell out of his mouth. My final exams are coming up, so the teacher assigned some extra math problems. I need to, cram. Cram? That was the best he had. Meanwhile, inside his head, damn it, why is this code so freaking long? Wang narrowed his eyes, clearly trying to piece things together. His expression shifted, suspicious, calculating. Then it clicked. That's the emergency activation device, he muttered. It connects directly to World Government HQ. How does he even have that code? Who gave it to him? The conclusion? Absolutely not. No way was Shen getting past that door. Without another word, Wang hurled his sword with terrifying speed straight at Shen's head. Shen's reflexes kicked in. Instantly, he summoned his dimension door. Bang! The sword slammed into the door, stopping mere inches from skewering Shen like a cheap kebab. Wang's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? Your innate ability. Shen, still very much alive, took a deep breath. Oh, you know, just a little something I picked up in, summer school. He glanced at his dimension door. A massive dent now decorated its surface. That power, he thought, gulping. Good thing the door adapts to its surroundings. If it were a normal door, I'd be dead right now. Wang wasn't done. With a roar, he leapt into the air, aiming a devastating kick straight at the door. The impact was so intense, the door ripped off its hinges and flew straight at Shen. Panic mode activated. But just before he could get pancaked, Shen commanded the door to disappear. And just like that, poof, it dissolved into thin air. Wang's eyes darted around. What the? The officer lunged at him, shouting, I will kill you, but Shen summoned another door, right in Wang's face. Smack! A wet crunch echoed through the hallway as Wang's nose met an immovable object. Blood splattered everywhere. Wang stumbled back, clutching his now broken face. Oh, you little punk, how is that door staying put? Shen, meanwhile, had the biggest grin on his face. Finally, it's done. He had finished inputting the code. Just as Shen thought things couldn't get any crazier, a blaring red alert filled the air, and a cold, mechanical voice chimed in. Passcode verified. This is Kunlun, the world government AI, initiating emergency assessment, scanning the area, located the body of Luo, confirmed the false identity of Captain Wang of the Major Crimes Unit, dispatching the nearest high-ranking practitioner, District Manager Chen Russian mobilized. Given the severity of the situation, immediate termination is authorized. Shen's eyes widened. Wait, Manager Chen is coming. Before he could even process that, the AI kept going, utterly unbothered by his shock. In 30 seconds, the impostor posing as Wang will be executed. Countdown commencing. 29, 28. Shen had never heard an AI so casual about someone's imminent doom. Meanwhile, fake Officer Wang, who was now looking like a half-melted wax statue with all that blood on his face, staggered to his feet. His mask was cracking, his disguise falling apart. He sneered. Sending in reinforcements, huh? Wanna take me down? Dream on. 30 seconds is more than enough for me to kill you and make a clean getaway? Shen, wisely deciding that sticking around was a terrible idea, summoned a dimension door and tried to jump in. But before he could escape, wham! A bloody hand clamped onto his wrist. Kid, you really think I'd let you escape? Wang growled. Shen gulped. Oh, crap. Wang cocked back his very powerful, very large fist, and Shen braced for impact, thinking, Welp, this is how I die. Goodbye, cruel world, you sucked anyway. Then a thunderous voice roared from behind, Die! And just like that, boom, something, or rather someone, obliterated Wang into nothingness. Like literally nothing. 1 second, fake Officer Wang was standing there, looking menacing. The next, gone. Poof, vanished. The only thing left was his severed hand still gripping Shen's wrist. Shen stared at it where Wang used to be, then back at the hand. His brain refused to process this. Did he just get Thanos snapped IRL? Standing at the scene of destruction, completely unfazed, was none other than Manager Chen Russian. He smirked, rolling his shoulders. There are no unbreakable defenses in the martial world, only attacks too fast to counter. The AI suddenly burst into laughter. He really thought I was actually counting down for 30 seconds. Shen blinked. Wait, what? Manager Chen turned to Shen, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulders. So, did I look cool? Shen, still holding a literal severed hand, managed a shaky thumbs up. Cool, so cool. Thanks for the save, Manager Chen. National Security Bureau, where bad news feels right at home. Chen sat across from Manager Chen, who, despite just obliterating a man into non-existence, now looked more exhausted than anything. I can handle everything else, but you need to be straight with me about the passcode, Chen said, rubbing his temples like he had a world-ending migraine. Chen shrugged. Sergeant Luo gave it to me earlier. He said he was being hunted and told me to use it if anything happened to me. Chen exhaled sharply. I see. So he knew both the Silent Church and that hitman were after him? Shen blinked. Silent Church? Yeah, bunch of psychos, Chen said, lighting a cigarette with the energy of a man who had long since given up on being shocked by the insanity around him. That hitman from earlier. He was one of theirs. My guess, Luo must have crossed paths with them during a case. Shen sighed. Sergeant Luo's death is such a shame. Chen nodded, taking a deep drag. Yeah, real shame. Didn't know him for long, but he had a strong sense of justice. Probably what got him killed. He blew out a puff of smoke and looked directly at Shen. You got lucky, kid. That assassin impersonating Luo would have taken you out, no hesitation. But fate intervened. Shen raised an eyebrow. By fate? Do you mean Kunlun AI dropping a death timer on his head? Chen smirked. Pretty much. Kunlun already tracked the guy. He was a contractor from the League of Assassins. Real creative name, by the way. They take online contracts, so we don't know who hired him. Shen frowned. Anyone who could take down Sergeant Luo must be expensive, meaning the employer has serious cash. Chen chuckled. Smart kid. But the real question is, why would someone go to such lengths to kill a middle schooler like you? We're still looking into that. What about that Kunlun thing? Why didn't Sergeant Luo call for backup when he was in danger? Shen asked. Chen tapped his cigarette, letting the ash fall. Kunlun's the world. Government's central AI. It usually doesn't handle small fry cases like this. Only steps in if you have one of its special passcodes. As for why Luo didn't use it, that's because he didn't know his weapon was compromised. Shin whipped around at the sound of a new voice. A woman entered the room holding Luo's mechanical arm like a grim trophy. This is Luo's steel exosuit, his main weapon. Someone planted a virus in its system, rendering it useless. But the moment he died, it started working again. She placed it on the table. That wasn't a coincidence. It was sabotage. Someone close to him did this. Shen clenched his fists. So that's why he said his weapon malfunctioned. He was strong, honorable, even left me his access card and still chased the truth to the end, even after death. He helped me. But when they came for him, he couldn't even fight back. Chen exhaled smoke and gave Shen a long look. Kid, you're part of this now. So, let me give you your first lesson. Burn it into your brain. He leaned forward, tapping the cigarette into the ashtray. No matter what, always be wary of those with ill intentions. They're more terrifying than monsters. Shen swallowed hard and nodded. I'll remember that. Chen smirked. Good. Now, come with me. I've arranged to meet your parents. What about the other two from the anomaly? Shen asked. Chen waved dismissively. More specialized personnel will handle them. This whole area's getting locked down soon, so we need to go. Shen hesitated. You're strong enough to take them yourself. Why aren't you staying? Chen gave him a dead serious look. Kid, don't be naive. Who the hell knows what they'll drag back out of that anomaly? Chen then hesitated. I remember this one guy. Came out of a church-induced anomaly, seemingly fine. He shook his head, eyes dark with memories. Turns out he was nothing but a skin suit. Inside that skin was something that had never been seen before. It wiped out half the city before we figured out its weakness. He flicked his cigarette. That's why I'd rather take assassination jobs than mess with the church or anomalies. Everyone feels that way. Shen blinked, utterly speechless. Half the city. Did they just casually lose half a city like it was a bad investment? Chen smirked at Shen's horrified expression. But don't worry, those two back there, they're gonna have a much worse time than the guy I glued to the wall. Before Shen could process that delightful image, Chen's communicator buzzed. He answered, voice calm. Hold on, Luo. Hello? It's me. Need a background check on someone. Name Zhao Mengyu. Find out what her connection is to Luo. Silence. Then whatever he heard on the other end made his face drain of color. Sweat poured like a broken faucet. What? This is bad. Shen tilted his head. Huh? Who's that? Seems like she had some kind of relationship with Sergeant Luo. Just as the mystery deepened, the scene cut hard to a restaurant. Shen's mother sat across from him, expression calm but serious. Mr. Chen, there's something our son needs to know before we go over this contract in detail. Chen, knowing when to step out of other people's drama, flicked his cigarette. Of course. I'll step out for a smoke. Call me when you're ready. As soon as Chen left, Shen's mother dropped the bomb. Shen, your dad and I won't hide it from you anymore. You come from a prestigious family. Your father was originally from a branch of the illustrious Sanjin Shen clan. Shen blinked. The Sanjin Shen clan. Internally, his brain was screaming, Of course I have some ancient, overpowered bloodline. At this point, why not? He recalled some history book trivia. The Sanjin Shen clan was one of the rare families that inherited divine powers and artifacts. Because apparently his life wasn't already complicated enough. His mother glanced at his father before continuing. Your father was once a prodigy, but unfortunately, he suffered a chi deviation while practicing an ancient technique and lost all his strength. Shen winced, rough. Disheartened, he came to this city and met me. Later, your grandfather tried to arrange a political marriage for him, but your father refused and chose me instead. That's why he was completely cast out of the family. Then we had you, and we've lived a peaceful, happy life since. Shen narrowed his eyes. You guys just flexing your love story on me right now. His father's tone turned serious. Shen, the reason we're telling you this is because the talent you've shown is beyond normal. If we go back to your grandfather and acknowledge our lineage, he will definitely agree to take you in. You could become a clan disciple with access to incredible resources and privileges. The inheritance of a prestigious family is something most people only dream of. If you join the human martial arts group, you'll lose that chance forever. The choice is yours. Shen stared at them. A golden ticket to wealth, divine power, and a cheat code life. Or staying the course and choosing his own path. Finally, he took a deep breath. Dad, Mom, I've decided. I'm joining the human martial arts group. His mother hesitated. Are you sure? We could talk to your grandfather. If he agrees, you'd have a life of wealth and comfort. Shen smiled warmly. No, I don't want to go back. I don't want you to have to beg for me. If you and Dad could make it work, so can I. Please believe in me. His father watched him carefully, then nodded. This is your life. We respect your decision. His mother wiped her eyes. Our little boy is all grown up. Shen chuckled, standing up. I'll go get Mr. Chen. Shen stared off into the distance, a bitter smirk playing on his lips. Over the years, we barely ever went back to Grandpa's place. Looking back, every visit was met with a cold shoulder from him, let alone the rest of the family. His mind wandered to the stiff, silent meals, the forced formalities, the way his parents were treated like outsiders in their own bloodline. The only good memories I have, playing with the other family kids when I was little, back before I knew better. Then reality had kicked in. The status games, the hierarchy, the way his very existence was treated like a mistake. In my past life, I faced constant hardship and loneliness. It's only now that I understand what true family love means. Shen's voice cut through his thoughts. Contract signed. Welcome, Shen, to the human martial arts group. Shen's parents beamed with pride, his mother practically glowing. But Shen's thoughts were elsewhere. A cold-hearted family like the Shen clan. Yeah, better left behind. Shen, ever the pragmatist, turned to his parents. Shen will be taking part in the entrance exams for the top 3 prestigious schools in a few days. I'd like him to stay within the group's facilities for now. Is that okay with you? His mother practically burst with joy. That's fantastic. Those are the best high schools in the world. Shen, don't push yourself too much. Just do your best like you always do. Shen smiled. They believed in him. That was all he needed. He turned to Chen, confidence in his voice. Mr. Chen, consider me on your team from now on. Somewhere in a dimly lit room, Xiao's fingers danced over her phone screen, eyes gleaming with vindictive delight. She read the latest post, lips curling into a satisfied smirk. Vicious bullying ruins a classmate's future. The top-ranked student, after missing an exam, became mentally unhinged and took revenge on society, harming his classmates. The police have intervened. There must be consequences. Xiao clenched her fists in excitement. Perfect. My video is trending. Everyone's talking about what happened to Ming and his crew. Totally worth the trip to the hospital to snap a pic of Ming's bruised face. Her heart pounded with glee. Xin is going to get what's coming to him. His reputation ruined. She continued typing, her mind buzzing with pure malice. I'll remain the flawless goddess I am. Don't blame me, Shen. This is your destiny. Her eyes gleamed as she envisioned his downfall. No high school will accept you. No martial techniques, no weapons, no armor, no elixirs, no enhancement potions, and definitely no special inheritance. She let out a satisfied sigh, her ego inflating to god-tier proportions. You'll end up just like Ming and the others, a total loser. And I will become a figure you lot can never surpass. Xiao's phone buzzed with a notification. Victory, right? Wrong. She stared at the screen, her breath catching. Your post has been flagged for spreading misinformation and has been removed. The police have issued an official statement. Cease spreading rumors immediately, or both the platform and the human martial arts group will take legal action against you. Her bravado shattered like cheap glass. Flagged? For misinformation? That's impossible. She frantically refreshed her feed, her fingers trembling. They have proof he acted in self-defense. No, I don't believe it. Why aren't they releasing it? And what the hell does the human martial arts group have to do with any of this? Then she saw it, a fresh post from the principal himself. Congratulations to Shen of Class 3. 5 for securing a contract with the human martial arts group. The top 5 provincial high schools have extended guaranteed admission offers to him. Xiao's vision blurred. She dropped to the ground. I was so close to success. How? How did he get into the human martial arts group? How could he? Her breath hitched. Shen was supposed to be ruined, not rewarded. Then a weak, familiar voice called from the hospital bed beside her. Xiao, are you there? Ming's voice. For the first time in her life, she didn't know what to say. Inside the human martial arts group's headquarters, Chen casually lit a cigarette, exhaling a slow stream of smoke as he dropped a report onto the table. It's over. Shen, sitting across from him, raised a brow. That bad, huh? Chen chuckled dryly. Huge battle, lots of bodies. One captured alive. Shen's lips twitched. Yikes. Chen took another drag. Only got 5 merit points out of it too. What a rip-off. Shen blinked. Wait, merit points? Chen smirked. Yeah, we use them like currency here. Techniques, weapons, materials, intel, you name it. And hey, it was your intel that made this possible, but since you don't have a job title yet, he flicked his cigarette into the ashtray. No merit points for you, Shen groaned. Ah, what a shame. Ding! A new message popped up on his device. His eyes widened. Due to your significant contributions in this battle, the government has issued you a special reward. For miners, we provide a more suitable forms of compensation. Your package has been shipped. Please collect it at the main lobby of your local human martial arts group building. A. World United Government, Merit and Rank Management Department. Shun bolted upright. Wait, I got a reward too? I wonder what it is. Chen smirked as the elevator dinged, arriving at the 105th floor. Probably a good combat technique. In middle school, they only teach the basics. Real martial techniques are learned in high school. Shen nodded. Yeah, I could really use some offensive moves. I've been targeted, 3 times already? If it weren't for sheer luck, I'd be... Chen cut him off. Dead. Yeah, I know, which is why you should avoid going out for now. I'm personally looking into these assassination attempts. Before Shen could reply, a woman walked in. Mr. Chen, the online rumors have been taken care of. Chen exhaled in satisfaction. Good. He turned to Shen. From now on, you're officially part of the group. This month's funds have been transferred to your account. Spend wisely. Shen paused. Wait. Rumors? A butler-like attendant appeared out of nowhere. Come with me, student Shen. I'll show you to your room. Chen waved him off. Feel free to make yourself at home. I've got work to do. Call me if you need anything. Shen grinned. Will do, Mr. Chen. Thanks. As Shen entered his new room, a stunning young woman smiled at the camera. Hey there, Shen. I'm Shu Mulin. First off, congrats on joining the Human Martial Arts Group. You're amazing. You're younger than me, so I'll call you Little Bro, okay? Shen froze. Shu Mulin? The video continued, the celebrity winking playfully. I wanted to thank you for your support and admiration all this time. Big Sis wants you to study hard, train hard, and become a super awesome important figure. The world's a big place, and it's worth striving for together. You got this. Then she casually dropped a bombshell. Oh, and I got you VIP tickets to my next concert. See you there, Tilde. Shun broke into a cold sweat. Shu Mulin, the owner of this body's favorite celebrity. He glanced around. Everything in the room, from the flowers to the paintings, the books to the snacks, the drinks to the sports equipment, was exactly what he liked. The Human Martial Arts Group had customized everything to his taste. He let out a slow exhale. For a mere recruit, they went to such lengths. His fingers clenched into fists. So this is the prestige that comes with power. Stepping out onto the balcony, Shun leaned against the railing. The city stretched beneath him. Lights flickered like stars and the wind roared in his ears. 105 floors up. Who wouldn't want to ride the wind, soar to new heights, and witness truly breathtaking views? His gaze turned to the horizon, sharp and resolute. Tonight at midnight, I will enter the nightmare realm once again. I must obtain another title, a decent one this time. I need to get stronger. I can't afford to fail the entrance exams in 2 days. The clock struck 12 a.m. A shiver ran down Shen's spine as he summoned the door to the nightmare realm. He took a deep breath. This was it. Time to earn a decent title, not some garbage like Wet Sock Survivor or Guy Who Screams First. But the moment he swung the door open, his jaw hit the floor. What the hell happened here? The scene before him was pure carnage, the eerie castle of bones he remembered. Now a ruin. The twisted Gothic decor smashed, the ominous torches flickering like a dying light bulb, and in the middle of it all, a giant skeleton, and he was dying. The massive skeletal figure, Fern, looked like he'd been run through a meat grinder, if meat was ever involved, which obviously it wasn't. His bones were cracked, his ribs caved in, and his skull had more fractures than a cheap porcelain vase. Even his eye sockets looked hollower than usual. He groaned weakly. "Gee, get back." Shen immediately froze. "I can't rush in recklessly. This could mess up my title evaluation." Yes, priorities? Clearly, the giant skeleton's impending death was secondary. But before he could process, Big Skelly let out a pained gasp. "Oh, Shen, is that you? Quick, save me, I'm dying," Shen panicked. "But Big Skelly, what happened? I don't know how to heal." Big Skelly wheezed, clutching his own ribs as if that would help. "The tonic from last time. Do you have any left? Hurry, give me a few more." Shen winced. About that. Kinda used it all." Big Skelly stared at him. Tilted his cracked skull in a way that clearly meant, "Are you kidding me? It's over to think I'd end up kicking the bucket here. How ironic." Ha. Ha ha. Shen gritted his teeth. This guy was a pretty good trading partner. He couldn't just let him crumble into bone dust. "Hang in there, I'll figure something out. Just wait." Big Skelly groaned. "Hurry." And so Shen ran. Big Skelly, who had been waiting in dramatic agony this whole time, finally sighed, "I'm a goner." But suddenly, bam! The door reappeared. Shen stormed back in, wiping sweat off his forehead. "Big Skelly, I'm back." Big Skelly perked up. Then he saw Shen's problem. "What the hell is on your back?" Shen grinned. "I went all out for you." Behind him, strapped to his back like some medieval torture device, was a giant fish tank. I filled it to the brim with calcium gluconate and liquid calcium magnesium. Zinc. I spent every last coin I had. If you soak in it, you'll be good as new. So, how do we get it in here? IG Skelly blinked, then panicked. "Damn it, they're breaking in!" Shen froze. "Who?" Big Skelly growled. "Humans and elves." Shen blinked again. "Huh?" Big Skelly groaned. "This is actually a secret passage. The outside is our undead stronghold, and the humans and elves are launching a full... The battle isn't over yet!" Big Skelly grimaced. "I'm too weak to fight. Here, take this." He tossed something at Shen. A spatial ring. "Put it on. Now hide." Before he could finish, a deafening explosion rattled the entire room. Shen quickly dispersed the door. The last thing he saw was chaos. Then, the door vanished. Shen stumbled backward, panting. That was too close. I would have been toast if I got caught in that blast. His gaze fell to the ring on his finger. Curious, he poked it. "Hey, are you hiding inside the ring now?" A voice echoed in his head. "Correct. Spatial rings can't store living creatures. But thankfully, I'm undead." Shen paused. "I knew it. He had good loot stashed away this whole time, didn't you? You weren't going to hand it over at first, were you? You sly bastard." Big C Skelly was currently having the world's weirdest spa day, floating in a tank of Shen's life savings. He sighed in relief. Much better. Meanwhile, Shen stood there, arms crossed, watching the very sentient sack of bones soak in calcium like a protein shake. "You're really not an ordinary skeleton, are you?" Shen mused. "Ever since the Elven village, I've been suspicious of you. I mean, who gets escorted by 3 of their own kind to assassinate an enemy leader?" Big Skelly didn't even try to deny it. Shen smirked. "Look, I don't cry. And I'm not about to start now, but I saved you today. So you owe me." "Fine. Big Skelly said. "How do you want me to repay you?" Shen grinned. "I'm heading into your world today, and I need your full cooperation." Big Skelly snapped his skull toward him. "Did you not see the absolute bloodbath in there? Do you have a death wish?" Shen shrugged. Probably." Big Skelly sighed. "Tagged. Forget it. You respected my privacy, so I'll respect yours. But listen, most of my powerful treasures, gone, used up. I can't help you much." Shen raised an eyebrow. "You're a battlefield scavenger, right?" Big Skelly, mid-bath, waved a bony hand. "I'm the one responsible for looting battlefields. But don't get excited. The truly powerful items get swiped by the enemy the moment their owners drop." Shen rubbed his chin. "A battlefield full of corpses, a secret undead stronghold. If I disguise myself as an undead soldier, wander around and come back, I should get a new title, right?" Big Skelly, who was finally not falling apart, gave him a side eye. "You're seriously considering this?" Shen smirked. "Right. Do you have any undead soldier gear? Preferably something that can mask my very human aura." Suddenly, the spatial ring vomited up a pile of garbage. Shen stared. "Are you a scrap collector or something?" Big Skelly huffed. "These tattered pieces of armor are stark reminders of the horrors of war. Just dig around, you'll find something usable." Shen, grumbling, rummaged through what looked like a medieval thrift shop. After a few minutes, he managed to slap together a passable undead soldier disguise. A cracked breastplate? Check. Some suspiciously blood-stained gauntlets? Double check. A weathered cloak that smelled like regret? Absolutely. Then Shen pulled out a blackened horse token. It says I can summon a skeletal warhorse. Big Skelly nodded approvingly. "Now you're getting somewhere." Then he reached into the ring again and pulled out a mask. "Perfect. You reek of death now. This Centurion mask is just what you need." Shen inspected the mask. It looked impressively ominous. What's so special about it?" Big Skelly grinned, or at least gave the impression of grinning. "It's imbued with potent death aura. With that and your gear, no other undead will see through your disguise. You're officially a bona fide undead warrior." Shen snorted. "Riding a skeletal warhorse, pretending to be one of them. If things get dangerous, I'll just run away." He grinned to himself. "At the very least, I should get a cool title like Ghost Rider or something." Big Skelly rolled his eye sockets. "Right. Just don't get yourself killed. If you die, they'll find the ring on you, and then I'm completely screwed." Shen laughed, stepping toward the door. "I'll try my best not to." The second he stepped through the summoned door, he stopped and stared, because the place was completely trashed. The battlefield ruined. The undead stronghold wrecked. The ominous, terrifying energy from before, now just kinda sad. "What the hell happened here?" Shen sighed, scratching his head. "Right. I picked up a dagger back in the Elven lands." He pulled it out, turning it over in his hands. "Might as well use it for a little extra protection this time." Shen crawled out of the ruined battlefield, dusting off the last bits of undead grime from his newly acquired skeleton cosplay. And then a dozen swords immediately pointed at his face. "There's a stray undead here," one of the human soldiers barked. "Kill him," another roared. Shen froze. "Humans? Isn't this supposed to be undead territory? Don't tell me they lost." His survival instincts kicked in like a debt collector at payday. In a panic, Shen ripped off his mask, eyes wide with desperation. "Wait, don't attack, we're on the same side. Look, I'm human." For a brief second, the soldiers hesitated. Then one of the knights swung his sword anyway. "So you're a traitor who sides with the undead? You deserve to die for that." Shen barely raised his dagger in time. Steel clashed against steel. And that's when everything changed. The knight's eyes widened in shock. "This dagger, is that Nightshade?" Shen blinked. "Nightshade." Ding. A red window popped up in his vision. Human Scout's dagger. Grade, white trait, sharp. Basic, a dagger designed for assassination, blessed by the silent sanctity of the human race. Silent sanctity. Only human scouts whose souls remain untainted can wield this dagger. Those who carry it are deemed trustworthy by humanity and are authorized to relay intelligence. Shen stared at the text. Then he stared at the soldiers. Then he stared at his dagger. Huh. The knight grabbed his arm, dragging him back from the execution circle. Only a human with an uncorrupted soul can wield Nightshade. He's definitely on our side. He turned to the rest of the soldiers. All right, you're dismissed. Get back to hunting down those undead stragglers. The soldiers snapped to attention. Yes, sir. And then just like that, they scattered. Shen, meanwhile, was still processing the fact that he was now an honorary saint of humanity. That actually worked? The knight turned to him, his sharp eye serious. Brother, do you need any assistance? Then he made a strange hand sign. Shen tilted his head. Oh. A horrifying realization crawled into his brain. Wait, this is Earth Sign Language. And the gesture was, I love you. Shen's entire brain short-circuited. A love confession at first sight. Is everyone this forward in the nightmare realm? The knight's gaze flickered toward his mask. Shen followed his line of sight. Wait. He's not looking at me. He's looking at my mask. Does this mask symbolize something? Shen mentally screamed. Damn it, bonehead. You gave me a special item without even telling me what it does. But Shen wasn't about to break his streak of lucky bluffing now. So, with supreme confidence, he copied the gesture. As you can see, I'm in a bit of a bind. If there's anything you can do to help, I won't say no. The knight nodded firmly. Understood. Here's a solo combat pack for you. Shen, holding a free supply package he had absolutely not earned, grinned. That actually worked. Shen patted the knight's shoulder like they were old war buddies. Thanks a lot. What's your name? I'll make sure to return the favor someday. The knight, still sweating, said Roman. Make way for the Baron. Shen winced at the sudden yelling. A wave of soldiers parted like the Red Sea, and through them rode a smug bastard on a horse, his nose so high up it could scrape the clouds. Roman, you've lingered here long enough. Don't tell me you're intentionally delaying the battle. Roman, stoic as ever, replied, No, sir. I encountered a scout outside the ruins of the secret passage. The Baron's eyes narrowed. Secret passage? Scout? He snapped his fingers. Come here and arrest this scout immediately. I suspect he's an undead spy. Shen's gut dropped to the floor. Oh, come on. Roman tried to intervene. Wait, he's carrying a nightshade dagger. That means... Silence, the Baron bellowed, cutting him off. I know the wielder of Nightshade hasn't sold their soul, but I need to know his mission. Shen's expression darkened. His voice dropped to a deadly calm. Who are you, and what gives you the right to ask me about my mission? The Baron grinned, the kind of grin that only rich, power-tripping maniacs make when they think they've already won. I am Baron Warren of Southern Eagle's Castle. You're just a lowly little scout, yet you dare ask my name. He leaned forward in his saddle, eyes glinting with sadistic glee. I shall strip you, whip you 20 times, and drag your little secrets out of you. Shen's grip on his dagger tightened. Ooh, Warren? Shen spat the name like it was something he needed to wash out of his mouth. You sick freak, I will remember that name. Then he stomped his foot, and a door appeared beneath him. A lowly scout dares threaten me. You're asking for it! Die! Warren's rage exploded. The soldiers rushed in, weapons raised, a flurry of slashes, stabs, and magic blasting at where Shen had just stood. The dust cleared. Nothing. The battlefield fell silent. Where'd he go? One of the soldiers muttered. Another scratched his head. Did he just vanish? Baron Warren's face paled. How? A soldier gulped. My lord, there are no secret passages or traps here. Roman, ever the petty opportunist, folded his arms. I've heard rumors, he mused, that some nameless assassins have joined this battle. They're masters of hiding in the shadows. Warren, you were so brave just then, announcing your name like that. Warren's entire soul left his body. Elite killers trained for assassination missions, and a bead of sweat dripped down Kiri's face. Damn it, let's go. And just like that, Baron Warren fled. The door opened on the ceiling, and down came Shen, superhero landing and all. His knees hit the floor, his arms rested on his thighs, and he let out the longest sigh of his life. Yeah, that jerk. Baron Warren trying to jump me like that, I won't forget this. Then he whipped his head toward Skelly. Good thing I preemptively placed a door on the ground. That was way too close. Bonehead, you and your cursed mask. Didn't you see that guy giving me hand signals? Skelly, lounging in his fish tank like it was a bathtub, shrugged. Don't blame me. How was I supposed to know all those convoluted tricks of the human military? He pointed a bony finger at Shen. Besides, you made it back in one piece, didn't you? Before Shen could scream more obscenities at his undead roommate, the system pinged. Title obtained. One of us quality. Green assessment. As an ordinary human, the highest level title you can typically achieve is white. However, in a situation where you were completely outmatched, you leveraged your surroundings and the actions of others to overcome adversity and escape unharmed. This resourcefulness is the primary reason for granting you this exceptional title. Shen froze. Another Green One of Us title. The system wasn't done. Attention, this is the second time you've received this title. Exceptionally special event triggered. If your next title is also a Green One of Us, you will receive the special honorary title, Ordinary Human. With 3 consecutive exceptional One of Us titles, this honorary title will resonate with powerful forces, summoning a latent ability. You have only one chance to acquire this latent ability. Proceed with caution. Shen's brain went into overdrive. 3 identical titles can trigger a latent ability. He stood up. So if my next title is also One of Us, I activate the power. But if it's anything else, I lose my chance forever. His gaze flickered toward the combat pack Roman had given him. His mind whirred. Based on the description, I need to be in a dire situation, facing insurmountable odds, and use my wits and the environment to escape. He thought back. In the Elven village, he was deep in enemy territory, surrounded, on the verge of death. In the undead battlefield, he was mistaken for an enemy, had to navigate hostilities, and barely escaped unscathed. In both cases, he had not only survived, he had manipulated the situation so well that his enemies ended up helping him. Shen sucked in a breath. Oh, that's it. That's the key. He clenched his fists. That's a really high standard. Then a thought hit him. Oh, it's like walking on eggshells. And I only have one try. He exhaled, deep and slow. No way. His lips curled into a grim smirk. Play with fire, you're gonna get burned. If it's too risky, I'm ditching this latent ability for sure. My life is way more important than that. Shen's doorbell rang. His AI assistant's calm yet slightly ominous voice chimed in. Mr. Shen, you have a visitor. She claims to be a family member of Sergeant Luo. Her identity has been verified by our group. Would you like to see her? Shen's heart skipped a beat. Sergeant Luo, the man who died investigating my case, the man who saved my life. There was no way in hell Shen could refuse to see one of his family members. Yes, we've arranged for your meeting in the 50th floor lounge. As Shen headed up, he thought, I hope I can do something for his family. Upon reaching the lounge, Shen saw a beautiful girl with long, purple or blue. Wait, Damn it, I'm colorblind, whatever. She looked lethal. That was the important part. Excuse me, are you looking for me? The girl turned. Her eyes were sharp, like a blade just before it cuts through flesh. Are you Shen? Yes. Suddenly, Shen's vision blurred. His eyes glowed. And then he saw it. A title. Great Swordsman. Shen internally screamed. Oh, a title! He had met so many people. Manager Chen didn't have a title. None of the humans, undead, or elves in the Nightmare Realm had titles. Even the Elven High Priest, with all his godlike wisdom, was the only other person Shen had ever seen with one. And now this girl had one. Shen gulped. No wonder Manager Chen turned pale at the mere mention of her. The girl nodded politely. Hello, I am Xiao Mengyu, Sergeant Luo's younger sister. I'm here to ask you a few questions. Before Shen could even process what was happening, she dropped a bombshell. My brother tracked down your assassin, the guy in shades. During their fight, my brother's weapon malfunctioned. He died because of it. Shen's breath hitched. Then, I found out who tampered with his weapon. Shen had a really bad feeling about this. It was his two teammates. Their motive. Jealousy, she smiled. I've already killed them all. Shen. Sorry, what? Shen's soul temporarily left his body, but Manager Chen said the assassin was captured alive yesterday. Correct? She gave him a pleasant smile. So I ended his life. And the other two? Shen asked, already knowing the answer but needing to hear it anyway. Yes, them too. Shen stared at her. She was so casual about it. So this is what it means to be a great swordsman. Xiao Meng, you continued, her voice calm but sharp as steel. My brother was a man of limited talent. Shen almost choked. Wait, Sergeant Luo was supposed to be a prodigy. Why is she talking like he was some loser? I guided him toward a decent school, a decent job after graduation, and a decent wife to carry on the Luo family line. Everything was going according to plan. Shen. Wait, was she managing his entire life? Her voice darkened. But he ended up betrayed, his body tied up and hidden in a locker. She tilted her head slightly. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you suggesting I should have let others bully him without seeking revenge? Shen, sweating buckets, raised his hands. No. I was just wondering. Aren't you going to get in trouble for killing them? She smirked. I see you bear the Shen surname, but have never lived among the noble families, so you wouldn't understand. Uh-oh. No matter how average my brother was, he was still a member of a noble family. To die so shamefully at the hands of an assassin. She closed her eyes, exhaled, and then delivered the single most terrifying line of the evening. I, representing the Luo family, have restored our honor. No one will dare question my actions. Oh, she smiled. Also, my mother's family name is Xiao. I took her name. Shen nodded like his life depended on it. Understood. Please continue. I interrogated the assassin, Xiao Mengyu continued. He had no idea who hired him. Now they're all dead. The trail has gone cold. Her gaze hardened. That's why I'm here. Do you have any idea who wants you dead? Even a vague guess would do. Just give me names and I'll take care of the rest. Shen stared at her. I'm sorry, take care of the rest? Shen coughed. To be honest, I have no clue who's behind this, but you've already avenged Sergeant Luo by killing those responsible. Xing. She unsheathed her sword. Shen froze. Oh no. Her voice was sharp as her blade. Not enough. She swung her sword and then... The clouds above them split in half. The sky cleared. Shen's brain broke. Did she just cut the freaking sky in half? I didn't even see her draw her sword. She looked at him expectantly. Shen, please think carefully. Shen forced his brain to function. Oh, my family doesn't get along with the Sanjin Shen clan, but we barely interact. I haven't offended anyone. Then something clicked. Oh, right. The first time I was attacked, I remember hearing terrified screams in the hospital. Could there have been witnesses? Her eyes gleamed. I'll look into it right away. She handed him a small device. Here's my contact info. Thank you, Shen. I'll be going now. See you. Shen watched her leave, still unsure whether he was dead or just in shock. Then he lifted a hand and muttered, "Be careful." Shen was still processing the fact that he had just witnessed a girl slice the sky in half like it was a birthday cake when... That was one terrifying slash. Shen nearly jumped out of his skin. Holy! He spun around to see Chen, casually leaning against the wall like he hadn't just given him a near-fatal heart attack. When did you get here? Chen smirked. Long enough to confirm you didn't get diced into sushi. Shen scowled. Gee, thanks. Chen nodded toward the door Xiao Mengyu had exited through. When she arrived, I specifically asked if she intended to harm you. I was worried she might blame you for Luo's death. Shen's stomach twisted at the mention of Sergeant Luo. But everything seems fine. After all, she's the most talented member of the Luo family's current generation. Even among the noble families, she's considered exceptional. A thought struck Shen. Is she still in school, or has she already started working? Chen raised an eyebrow. She's taking the high school entrance exams this year. Shen blinked. Once, twice. You're telling me she's my age? Chen nodded. Yep, same grade as you. Shen nearly collapsed on the spot. She just cut the sky. I haven't even mastered microwaving instant noodles. Chen chuckled. Don't be discouraged. Noble families often have secret inheritances and start training their children at a young age. It's normal for them to be far stronger than their peers. Shen rubbed his temples. So what you're saying is, if I'd grown up in the Shen clan, I'd be just as strong? Chen shrugged. More or less. Shen yawned, exhaustion finally catching up to him. Well, I'm more relieved than anything that she's on my side. And if I ever find out who's behind all this, she'll be a huge help. Not that he wanted to rely on a teenage noble swordswoman with a casual murder count. But hey, if she's already collecting bodies, what's a few more? I'm heading back to sleep. Chen waved him off. Go ahead. Tomorrow I'll have some tutors brief you on what to watch out for during the exams. Back in his room, Shin flopped onto his bed and immediately slammed his fist into it. Frustration, pure, raw frustration. As expected from someone of a noble family, she's incredibly strong. He let out a deep sigh, staring at the ceiling. The noble families are at the top of human civilization in this world. A terrifying realization struck him. Wait a second. Oh, what if someone from the noble families is the one who wants me dead? He'd been assuming his assassin was hired by some low-level thug, some random enemy. But what if it was a noble, casually tossing bags of money to the League of Assassins like it was pocket change? That's how easily they could end his life. I need to learn some offensive skills, ASAP. He sat up so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash. I can't count on having a great swordswoman babysitting me all the time. He turned toward the ring. Hey, Big Skelly, Shen grinned. Do you still have any nightmare crystals? The kind that grants abilities? Shen groaned. At the end of the day, you're your own best bet. Shen folded his arms, tapping his foot impatiently. Hey, Big Skelly, do you still have any nightmare crystals? You know, the kind that grants abilities? Big Skelly turned to face him, his glowing blue eyes flickering in a way that screamed, don't get your hopes up. All I have are undead abilities. Since you're not one of the undead and you don't have any soul fire, you wouldn't be able to use them. Shen frowned. Then how did I get that moonlit deerwalk crystal from you last time? Big Skelly shrugged, which was impressive considering he didn't have any flesh to shrug with. I picked that up by pure accident. Shen stared, then he started sweating. So I gotta wait till high school to learn any decent offensive moves? The very idea made his stomach turn. I don't have that kind of time, Shen practically shouted. Forget the assassins on my tail, I've got exams coming up. Those noble family kids aren't going to be easy to beat. Then, like a divine slap from the heavens, he remembered something. Wait a sec. His eyes widened. I haven't even checked the combat pack Roman gave me yet. With renewed hope, he ripped open the pack like a kid on Christmas morning, only to be violently disappointed. Rations, first aid, more rations. Is there anything useful in here? Just as he was about to throw the bag across the room in frustration, something gleamed at the bottom. A green crystal. His heart leaped. A nightmare crystal. Without hesitation, he crushed it in his hand. Please be a good ability. A system message popped up. The Shadow Hand Brotherhood has set up an intel drop-off at the main encampment. If you see a tent marked with 3 upright daggers, you can submit your reports there. Shadow Hand awaits. Shen stared at the message, then back at the crystal dust in his hand, then back at the message. Come on, no abilities? Behind him, Big Skelly wheezed. Looks like that human Roman pegged you for a Shadow Hand member. Shen pinched the bridge of his nose. Great, I'm now officially part of some underground assassin bureaucracy. Shen held his chin, thinking. I've already obtained a title today, so I won't get another, even if I return to the Nightmare Realm. His eyes gleamed. This is a perfect chance to explore. He turned to Big Skelly. Hey, where did you find that Centurion mask you gave me? Can we go back there? Big Skelly scratched his bony skull. Somewhere near the secret passage. Can't quite recall. Why do you ask? Shen smirked. The human army took over the undead outpost outside the passage, right? Big Skelly nodded slowly. Shen's smirk widened. I want to dress up as a soldier and head back into the Nightmare Realm. Big Skelly sighed. Let me see. Big Skelly started rummaging through his hoard of stolen goods. Sometime later, Shen stood in front of a cracked mirror, admiring, or more like tolerating, his new look. Clad in rusted armor, a battered helmet, and a suspiciously oversized shield with a fierce hound emblem on it. He looked like a discount medieval warrior who just crawled out of a battlefield, which, to be fair, was kind of the point. Big Skelly crossed his bony arms. All right, now you look like a soldier from the Rhine borderlands. See the fierce hound emblem on the tower shield? That's their insignia. We undead wiped out the Rhine humans, so nobody will question a survivor. Shen blinked. Wait, if you wiped them out, wouldn't people find it weird that I'm still alive? Big Skelly nodded. Exactly. That's why you'll be a legendary survivor. Shen sighed. Yeah, sure. Or a walking corpse in 10 minutes. Big Skelly then tossed him a crystal. Shen caught it. And this? This is a distress letter from the Rhine Lord, which also serves as a token. Take it with you when you go out. It will come in handy. Shen squinted. A distress letter? From a dead lord, that? It's not suspicious at all. Then something hit him. Why this sudden interest in my well-being? Big Skelly hesitated for exactly 1 second. Because you saved me last night, I need to repay that favor. Shen narrowed his eyes. Tell me the truth, or I'm draining your calcium supply. Big Skelly sighed. Fine, I need to help you gain some standing in the Nightmare Realm. That way you can buy high-tier materials to heal my injuries. Shen smirked. Now that sounds more like the skeleton I know. With that, he summoned the nightmare door. And then he stepped through. The moment Shen arrived, the stench of blood, smoke, and burnt flesh hit him like a warhammer to the face. The battlefield was a disaster zone. Injured human soldiers dragged their comrades across the dirt, limbs missing, armor shattered. "Wounded over here," one soldier screamed, barely holding up his unconscious teammate. A group rushed over. "Quick, this way!" They began carrying the wounded away. "Hang in there, brother. Stay with me. Base camp is just ahead. You'll get patched up in no time." Shen stood there, taking it all in. The ground was littered with undead corpses. Limbs, heads, and shattered bones were scattered like confetti at a very depressing party. Shen crossed his arms. Well, at least they're actually dead this time. But he had bigger problems. There are still some soldiers clearing the battlefield. I can't act rashly. If I run into that squad from before and they recognize me, I'm screwed. He glanced around. There are tons of bodies here. Might as well gather some intel. Then he saw it. A massive hulking corpse towering over the others. Shen's eyes widened. Whoa, an undead giant? This guy was bigger than the others. Torn armor, a missing eye, and a wound so deep Shen could probably crawl inside it. Shen cracked his knuckles. Time for murmurs of the dark. A faint black mist curled around his fingers as he activated his ability. "Hey, big guy, wake up. I've got some questions for you." The giant's remaining eye glowed faintly, flickering back to, well, life might be too strong a word. Shen held up the Centurion mask. "Do you know anything about this mask?" The giant stared at it for a long moment. Then, in a deep, rumbling voice, he said, "I don't know." "Shen, you're freaking useless." The light in the giant's eye faded as he collapsed back into death. Shen groaned. "All right, on to the next corpse." And so, like some really desperate archaeologist, Shen ran from corpse to corpse, interrogating the dead. Each one gave the same disappointing answer. "I don't know. I don't remember. Ask someone else." By the time he was done, his feet ached, his patience was gone, and his soul had died a little inside. With an exhausted sigh, he collapsed onto a rock, wiping sweat from his forehead. Come on. This is like finding a needle in a haystack. Just when Shen was about to lose all hope and possibly his sanity, he spotted something interesting among the sea of lifeless bodies. A werewolf. Shen's eyes lit up. A werewolf. Perfect. Everyone knew werewolves had crazy good noses. If any corpse here could sniff out some clues, it was this furry guy. He squatted down next to the werewolf's motionless form, holding up the Centurion mask. "Hey, good doggy, have you ever seen or smelled anything like this mask?" The corpse's nose twitched. Then it sniffed and actually responded. "I have seen that mask." The werewolf's raspy voice sent a chill down Shen's spine. "It belonged to a Centurion. Over there, he's only got one arm left." Shen grinned. "Good doggy, you can go back to sleep now." The werewolf's rotting face twitched in irritation. "I am a wolf, not a dog." Sure, good boy." Shen waved him off and rushed towards the next clue. Shen arrived at the body. Well, what was left of it? A crumpled Centurion's corpse lay half buried under debris, missing an arm, half a torso, and possibly its dignity. Big Skelly whistled. "Looks like a direct hit from some large-scale magic did this." Shen winced. "Yeah. Dude got absolutely nuked." He rubbed his chin. "Only one arm left. Will Murmurs of the Dark even work? Well, only one way to find out." Shen knelt beside the severed hand and whispered, "Hey, brother, you there?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the hand twitched, and then it moved. With two fingers, it made a distinct symbol. The same gesture Roman had made before. Shen's heart skipped a beat. "That's the Shadow Hand's signature gesture. Looks like I found the right person. This guy's gotta be the mask's owner." The hand suddenly lifted a single bony finger. It pointed. Shen followed the direction and spotted a bloody boot. Shen cautiously picked up the boot, then immediately regretted his decision. Ugh, these boots reek. How long has this thing been marinating in undead juice? Despite the foul stench, something clinked inside. Shen shook the boot. Out fell a single coin and a letter. Before he could even process it, his system chimed in. Ding! You have discovered enough special items to unlock the auxiliary ability, Item Lore. You can now view item descriptions. Shen blinked. Wait, I can appraise stuff now. Sweet. He held up the coin. System analysis. Night Shadow insignia. Quality. Blue exceptional. This insignia is etched with profound arcane runes, capable of activating specific weapons. Without the corresponding weapon, it's just a useless trinket. Shen froze. A weapon, could it be? His eyes darted to his dagger. With a deep breath, he pressed the insignia against it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a dark aura erupted from the blade. Shen staggered back as the dagger warped and twisted, growing longer, sharper. The system chimed again. Ding! Item level up! Nightshade has evolved into Nightfall. Nightfall, human assassin, exclusive dagger. Quality, blue, exceptional, traits, sharp, piercing, bleeding. This assassin's dagger is imbued with a shadow blessing from the Shadow Hand Brotherhood. Only high-ranking assassins may wield it. Shadow Blessing. This dagger emits a unique power signature, signifying your status and allowing you to undertake missions for the Shadow Hand Brotherhood and reap the rewards. The shadows protect all who uphold justice. Shun stared at the blade in awe, then he grinned like an idiot. No way! My Nightshade dagger just leveled up into Nightfall. Sweet! He twirled the blade, feeling the weight. It was sharper, deadlier. Hell, he felt like a real assassin now. Then he remembered something. Right, there's also a letter here. Shen unfolded the rank, mildew-infested letter, holding it at arm's length like it was a biohazard. All right, let's see what the fine folks of the Shadow Hand Brotherhood have to say. He squinted and read aloud. Notice regarding the urgent investigation of undead activity. To all brothers and sisters, the Human Empire and Elven Kingdom Alliance have issued a joint large-scale mission. Any intel regarding unusual undead activity will be exchanged for a generous reward. Make your way to the battlefield. The survival of our races depends on our unwavering dedication. May the shadows protect us all. Shadow Hand. Shen raised an eyebrow. So this is the Shadow Hand mission. Roman's crystal mentioned a tent marked with 3 upright daggers. That's gotta be the Shadow Hand's location. Makes sense. Roman must be a member. He saw my mask and decided to give me a leg up. A slow grin crept onto his face. Exchanging intel on undead activity for a fat reward? Haha, this is easy. Without hesitation, he pointed at the nearest corpse. Hey, yo, get up! Tell me about any unusual undead activity. The corpse groaned, then mumbled, I don't know anything. Ugh, useless. He tried another, then another, and another. Every single one said the same damn thing. We don't know anything. Regular soldiers only get orders to fight. Shun wiped the sweat off his brow. This is a pain. Just as he was about to call it quits, Big Skelly chimed in. Actually, I can give you some intel. Shen's eyes gleamed. Yeah, right. We've got a ready-made undead right here. Then a thought hit him. He narrowed his eyes. Hold on, an undead offering to sell out his own kind? You're not trying to screw me over again, are you? Big Skelly cackled. Huh, the undead are my people, sure, but they've all got it out for me. Shen sighed. Right, this guy always seems to have it rough among the undead. Skelly asked, What kind of intel are you looking for? Earth-shattering or run-of-the-mill? Shen tapped his chin. I can't go too big. I'm just a regular Joe, after all. If I hand over something earth-shattering, they'll investigate, and I'll be taking a huge risk. Skelly nodded. All right, I've got something just good enough to get you a decent reward. Shen crossed his arms. Spit it out. Big Skelly leaned in and whispered, The undead are using new components in their artillery. It boosts the soul fire cannon's power by 20% and its firing rate by 10%. Shen's eyebrow shot up. Isn't that a little too valuable? No, not really. As the war progresses, I'm sure the higher-ups on the human side already have their suspicions. They just need confirmation. Shen grinned. Perfect. It's helpful, but it won't draw too much attention. Eventually, Shen reached the massive human army camp. Tents stretched for miles, flags waving in the wind, soldiers patrolling like hawks. That's where the main army is camped. The Shadow Hand drop-off is somewhere in there. But how the hell am I supposed to get in? Big Skelly chuckled. Those humans are looking for wounded soldiers, right? Just pretend to be injured and they'll bring you in. Shen snapped his fingers. Smart idea. Then he hesitated. Wait. Big Skelly, what's the quality of healthcare like on the human battlefield? Skelly snorted. Human holy magic is the best there is. Even the elves can't match it. As long as you can pay, of course. Shen's face fell. You need money on the battlefield. Of course you do. If you pay enough, they can even regrow lost limbs. Shen sighed. What about you, undead? Skelly's tone turned grim. We usually just dump our dying outside and let them rot. Shen blinked. No treatment at all. We can do something, but it's a hassle. We have to perform a special ritual, materializing a sacrificial altar. Then imprison a group of undead or living beings and drain their life force. This method restores us instantly, but at the cost of others' lives. Not to mention, only high-ranking undead with the right knowledge can pull this off. Shen sighed. So humans are just the more cost-effective option. Too bad I'm broke. Skelly smirked. I'm not. Shen froze. Wait, we're not broke? Awesome. Then his eyes glinted with mischief. I have a plan. Shen strolled up to the massive undead giant's corpse. Then he dumped all his stat points into strength and grabbed the giant's warhammer. It was way too heavy. He barely managed to lift it. His arms screamed in protest. What the hell is this weight? Skelly watched in horror. What are you doing? Bam! Shen dropped the hammer, right on himself. It slammed into his body with an earth-shattering thud. Shen let out a strangled wheeze. Then he spat out blood. Oh, I can see my ancestors! Skelly winced. Idiot. Shen, still coughing blood, reached for a nearby rock and started slamming it against his shield, making noise. Then he started screaming. Help! Somebody help! I'm injured! Is anyone there? Help me! Help! In the distance, human soldiers' heads snapped toward him. Someone's calling for help! Another rushed forward. Over here, we've got a wounded one! Another soldier shouted. Hang in there, we're coming! Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the chaos, smash that like button and subscribe. He's gonna need the support to survive this mess.